right, we are ready to get our meeting going. I will call to order public meeting number 88 of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Folks in the back, if you can take your seats. We are Thursday, November 7th at the Boston Convention Center yet again, and we will start out with item number 2 on the agenda, approval of minutes. Commissioner McHugh.
Mr. Chairman, there are two sets of minutes in the book. The first for the meeting we held on October 29. That was simply a meeting to hear reports with respect to one issue involving the November 5 referendum. So I'd move first that those minutes be approved in the form they're contained in the meeting packet.
Second? Second. Any discussion about the minutes for October 29? All in favor of adopting, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
And the second set of minutes, Mr. Chairman, also in the book is for our regular meeting on October 31st, at which we discussed a number of items of the Commission's usual business. So I'd move that they too be approved in the form in which they're contained in the book.
Second.
Any discussion about those minutes? I'm just looking at the Ombudsman report. And that looks right. Any discussion? All in favor? Adoption? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We then move to item number 3, which is a series of matters from the director of our racing division, Dr. Durenberger.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Not used to coming before you first thing on the agenda. So this is not a morning person, so bear with me. We've got a lot of material to cover today. The first issue on the agenda has to do with changes to Massachusetts tax reporting and withholding requirements on winning pari-mutuel wagers. And I just point out for this audience that this affects more than just pari-mutuel wagers. This does have some implications for gaming. And to that effect, I had intended just to give you a high-level summary and an update, because we have discussed this at some length in previous meetings. But I think we have a little bit of a different audience here today, so I'm going to take a little more time than I'd intended. I am going to walk through the background to state the issue for the folks in the room, and then we'll try to summarize it from there. On the racetrack, racetrack licensees have long been required to comply with federal tax reporting and withholding requirements. The federal reporting threshold is triggered when the amount paid with respect to the wager is $600 or more, if the proceeds are at least 300 times as large as the amount wagered. Withholding gets triggered by proceeds more than $5,000 from a wagering transaction, if the amount of such proceeds, again, is at least 300 times as large as the amount wagered. Until the passage of the Expanded Gaming Act in Massachusetts, pari-mutuel winnings from horse and dog racing were expressly accepted from any point of redemption withholding requirements, and that was a provision of Chapter 62B. That was changed by Chapter 194, Section 28 of the Acts of 2011. Amending this section of the tax chapter, we did two things to the pari-mutuel industry. One, it removed that exception for pari-mutuel winnings. And then in the industry, where we've been accustomed to using that federal reporting threshold since 1976, the Section 28 created a new, much lower state tax reporting and withholding threshold of $600, regardless of the amount wagered or the payoff odds. The piece that I haven't looked into, of course, has to do with gaming, but the federal tax code also contains a withholding exception for bingo, keno, and slot machines, and limits the withholding requirement for lottery winnings to proceeds of greater than $5,000. Both of these express exceptions in the federal law had been encompassed in the previous state law in Chapter 62B. And when the Expanded Gaming Act passed, the exceptions were expressly decoupled from the state withholding requirements. So in its, in its current iteration, Chapter 62B, Section 2 applies the state reporting and withholding requirement to all winnings of $600 or greater, regardless of whether they're pari-mutuel proceeds or winnings from lottery, keno, bingo, or slot machines. We've talked about this at several meetings over the summer. I'm going to just summarize briefly the effect on the pari-mutuel. We've done some research on how Massachusetts tax treatment appears to be in the minority in the country. We've found 15 states that do apply state tax reporting and withholding. All but one use the federal guidelines. Iowa withholds proceeds if the proceeds exceed $1,000, so only Massachusetts withholds at $600. Interestingly, on the gaming side, we found only 5 states withholding state taxes on slot machine winnings. One of them imposes withholding on non-residents only as part of a compliance mechanism. Of the other 4, we have one uses a threshold of $5,000, 3 use a threshold of $1,200. So again, only Massachusetts withholds at $600. We've also noted the inability of the Massachusetts pari-mutuel customer to deduct losses up to winnings for state tax purposes as they can for federal tax purposes, unless they meet the gambling as a trade or business criteria. And again, our survey, we revealed that Massachusetts appears to be one of 7 states. So we're clearly in the minority on the tax treatment of pari-mutuel winnings.
And you said that the feds for anybody can deduct losses against winnings at the federal level. Is that what
That's
you said?
my understanding. We touched briefly on the manner in which proceeds or winnings are calculated. That was not an issue that I had explored in depth previously. And at our horse racing forum on October 16th, you heard from Mr. Alex Waldrop with the National Thoroughbred Racing Association, who made some very cogent arguments and helped flesh that out. That's basically the next part of this memo, which I probably won't go into in detail. I have included in your packet a couple of letters. The National Thoroughbred Racing Association has sent a white paper to the IRS a couple of years ago. There has been introduction at the federal level. Pari-mutuel Conformity and Equity Act did reach 2 separate Congresses. So that material is included in your packet. We've also discussed how racing is already a highly taxed form of gaming. There are pari-mutuel takeouts that apply just to be able to make the wager. In Massachusetts, either 19 or 26% is withheld at, right off the bat before anything happens, winning or losing. So we had some discussion there. Of note was the reason I came to you with this issue in the first place, which is that any variable that results in a decrease in pari-mutuel handle has dramatic consequences for our industry. And again, I'm looking at this from the pari-mutuel side, not the gaming side, but I would hope that somebody's looking at it on the gaming side as well. In our industry, we have a number of programs that receive funding from these pari-mutuel taxes. They are percentage driven, and so the amount of money that they get is directly tied to the amount of handle. In Massachusetts, this includes daily revenue to the Commonwealth, purse money for horse owners, monies to the various breeders' programs, monies to capital improvement and promotional funds at our licensee facilities, monies to Tufts Veterinary School, and monies to the Racing Stabilization Fund. We also have a number of programs that rely on what we call sufficient revenue before we can make payments. Primarily among these, a huge part of our budget, a third of our budget, goes to local aid payments for racing's host communities, monies for benevolency programs, monies to the Department of Public Health for use in problem gambling programs, and of course our operational budget. And so my point here is that anything, no matter the source of the harm, that decreases handle directly decreases funding for all of those programs above. So we've discussed a lot about the cycle with pari-mutuel wagering, the cycle that fuels the industry, all of its agribusiness and service industry extensions. If we put that cycle in reverse and we see that lower handle, of course, negatively affects purse money, which has a negative impact on field size, which further impacts handle. And the goal of this racing division is to have that cycle going forward and not backward. The update part that I'm going to give you is what we've been able to demonstrate, whether or not there's been an effect the effect of the state tax reporting and withholding requirements in the state. In calendar year 2012, our 3 pari-mutuel licensees together issued approximately 6,000 individual federal W-2G forms using the federal guidelines. We average that out to be approximately $500 a month. For purposes of reporting and withholding, the tracks are treated as employers, so they use the same forms that they would for wage withholding. And we note that for the period June through August of this year, the first 3 months during which the licensees applied the new thresholds, we averaged 795 reporting and withholding transactions per month, which was an increase of almost 60%, and that burden falls squarely on our licensees. These transactions occur at special IRS windows. The mutual tellers have to be specially trained. The winning wagerer has to produce photo ID, proof of taxpayer identification number, or you enter this backup withholding realm, which I'm not going to bore you with today. But we have been able to demonstrate that that number has increased by 60%. On the effect on handle side, I have failed. Average daily simulcasting handle for our licensees has decreased a total of 13% for the total from June through September,
Decreased.
as compared to January through May of this year. We expect that simulcast handle should increase. We have more customers coming to the tracks when there's live racing. This is what we have, a couple of notes here. The first half of the year traditionally does see higher handle. This is thanks to the run-up to the Triple Crown races. We always see handle peak in May, in large part to the Kentucky Derby. And so we have seen in past years a decline in handle in the second half of the year. We see that when we look through the predecessor agencies' records, and we do see that at the national level. It would be instructive for me to be able to compare this year's average daily simulcast handle to previous year's numbers, but the parimutuel accounting system that was previously in use by the predecessor agency calculated only total handle. So it would seem simple enough to divide the total handle for the month by the number of days in that month, but all is not as it seems. And the example that I put in your packet is that, for example, in 2012, total simulcast handle in the Commonwealth for the month of February was $18 million. This year, that figure was $14 million, and when you look at that on its face, you see a negative variance of 22%. But our 3 licensees in 2012 were in operation a combined 81 days in February, so you would get an average daily handle of about $225,000. Because of snow and infrastructure problems this year, our licensees were open only a combined 68 days in February. The average daily handle for this year was about $207,000, which was a negative variance of only 7.5%. So just looking at that 1 month, we have a difference between 22% and 7.5%. So this is where we are. In extraordinary times, such as when the manner and type of statistics that we keep from one year differs from that to the next, the ability to demonstrate an effect can be exaggerated, it can be swallowed whole. And so we know that 13%, we've seen a 13% decrease in handle. How much of that is attributable to the state tax reporting and withholding requirements, I can't tell you. Is some of it attributable? I think all of the things that we've discussed in the memo and that we've discussed in previous meetings, and all of the materials that have been submitted on behalf of our stakeholders, absolutely some part of it is related, but I just can't get there.
Can you remember just offhand what the drop in handle was from 2011 to 2012?
Offhand, I cannot.
It's been going down every year for a while, but I don't
In
think
smaller and smaller increments.
Yeah, it wasn't anywhere close to 13%.
Not
I
double
don't think.
digits.
Yeah, okay.
So here's where we are, unless you had questions about my summary. The last time I came to you on this issue, there was some proposed legislation, an act relative to wagering taxation was traveling through Ways and Means. The proposed language in that amendment would have amended the requirements in the tax chapter to mirror those of the federal tax code. This provision didn't make it out of committee, but we would anticipate that this would be an area of continued legislative activity. So we can go 2 ways with this. Our recommendation at this time would be to get a feel from you about whether you would support proposed legislation designed to reduce the negative impact of this tax on the parimutuel and gaming industry, because we have this huge gaming piece looming in the background. If you are interested in being proactive, what we can do is continue to monitor this, and the second anybody proposes anything, we can come back to you with a proposed statement in support for your approval, and we can jump on it right away. The other option would be to consider whether or not we wanted to take the lead on some proposed language, but again, I feel like I failed to make a supportable case without having the solid numbers on the effective handle. I hesitate to make a recommendation to you to take the lead on another agency's statute. If you're interested in doing that, however, I support all efforts to keep my parimutuel industry strong. So I can go either way, but I think the recommendation would be just to stay on top of it and come back to you with any new proposed language.
Director, what do you mean by another agency's statute?
So the language appears in the tax statute, one which this agency is thankfully not charged with supporting, enforcing, and commenting on.
I had a question, Director. I was looking at the letter that the New England Horsemen's Benevolent.
HBPA.
Yes, I'll shorten that. They sent us a letter in June talking about, explaining the situation as you have, and then they say that their understanding is that the legislature, there was a fix underway. Is that what you were referring to when you said they did not make it out of Ways and Means? Is that, so that's the same thing?
The same language, yep, that had been appended onto the supplemental budget.
So this organization supported the change, brought it before the legislature, and it did not make it out of committee, correct?
I don't think the origin was with this group. I'm not sure. It was Representative Reinstein that proposed it, and I don't know the origin of the language.
Okay.
But yes, it is the same issue, the same time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a question before us, among other things, which is, what do we want either we or our division, racing division, to do about this? Other comments?
Well, it seemed to me that there really are, embedded in this, there are 5 separate issues. One is the amount of the trigger, $600. A second is the inability to deduct losses unless you're a professional gambler. The third is there is no good definition of what a winning is, particularly with exotic wagers and a variety of other wagers that are going to include, I think, slot machine wagers that are more than a single line bet. The amount of money bet to produce a given result is not always taken into account in deciding what the winnings are. And it seems to me that's a complicated problem that affects both potentially the racing industry and the gaming industry. There's the administrative cost of enforcement, and there also is the application of this entire scheme to casino gambling. When do you have to collect the amount? Do you have to collect the amount when the winning is awarded, or only when you cash out? And that would have a huge impact, however we define that, on casino operations. So it seems to me that, and that we may be able to solve that by regulation and working with DOR to come up with a mutually agreeable regulation that wouldn't stop things and interrupt the flow. But the basic definitional problems remain and are going to have an impact. I personally think that if there's going to be a tax at some level, a withholding scheme is entirely appropriate for effective tax collection. Question, we see that every place, and obviously it does have an impact on the amount of money available to bet, but it also has an impact on the amount that people spend on goods and services. The tax-free holidays bring people into the stores at rapid paces. So the impact is clear. So the question of what level to set it is a separate question. So it seems to me that that before we, I know we can study everything to death, but before we propose legislation, it seems to me we ought to take a look at some of these other factors and see if we couldn't ultimately propose legislation that deals with each of these problems in some fashion. It may be that the best solution is to mirror the federal system, because that's been in place for a long time. That's the simplest. Everybody understands it. Everybody in the country is bound by it, and that may be the simplest solution. But these problems will remain, but they've been solved or at least addressed in other places, and are being addressed at the federal level. But what's a bet piece is being addressed at the federal level. So overall, I think that a little bit further reflection on this would be useful, and see if perhaps recommending mirroring the federal system wouldn't be the most appropriate way to go. That was kind of a windy way to get to a solution.
Well, what further reflection would bear on the question of should we propose mirroring the feds or not? What else would we want to know?
Well, I think of a little bit more about where this came from, and a little bit more about the impact of this in other states, particularly on the casino gaming piece. Because it may be that there are problems in the casino gaming piece that the federal legislation causes that we wouldn't want to replicate necessarily here. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But I just don't know enough about that, except conceptually, to make a judgment.
Other?
I take a little different viewpoint of this in terms of I see obviously a big goal of the Gaming Act is to attract gamers from out of state, and the way this director lays out here, Director Dernberger, the comparison with other states where we are with this threshold, maybe one, I would pose that would put us at a disadvantage in terms of trying to fulfill that goal. So I would be in support of at a minimum, informing anybody who would listen in the legislature about the dynamics of these bets and the issues at hand, because they are not as easy to understand as one would think right off the bat. I know there's a lot of people, especially in Ways and Means, looking at what the effect of certain taxes do at different times, but I wouldn't blame them if they didn't know that an exacta and a trifecta and what that does, and the amount of handle that we have compared to other states, and the trends that you have already seen. So at a minimum, we should forward these kinds of summaries that you have done for us to people up there, have discussions with them, if they would listen, and I know they're willing to listen, and have those informational sessions. Maybe their questions would be indicative of what their thought process may or may not be, and we could come back to that. But I would even go further personally. I think we should support the legislation that is sitting there that would get back to the original exemption, because that, on its face value, as I understand it, would get us closer to accomplishing the goal of attracting people from out of state. New York just passed expanded gaming yesterday, so there's yet more competition coming. I don't know the thresholds there. It'd be a good data point for us. That's also a little bit in the future, but we're going to get to a similar point in the future here as well. I think it's a bit of a competitive discussion that we need to we need to have and inform the legislature.
Others?
I think those comments make sense. Maybe it is time to be a little more proactive and have those conversations.
Yeah.
But to what end? I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think we should have the conversation. But wouldn't it be better to have the conversations with a proposed solution? And I'm not suggesting we need to take a long time to do that. In fact, the default may be legislation that mirrors the federal legislation as a proposed solution. But simply fixing the racing problem is going to leave the gaming problem behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think we want to do that.
I wasn't suggesting just fix the racing problem.
Right. I don't think, I think we're all pretty much in the same place. And I think knowing a little bit more about how the federal standard, I lean towards what Commissioner McHugh said, just going to the federal standard, but understanding how that works relative to gaming is important. But I also think it's time. I feel quite strongly that we want to fix this, and we want to fix it soon. And, you know, to me, for what it's worth, the not being able to offset winnings against losses is just absurd. I mean, I just don't understand that at all. So I would think it's time for us to, as we're getting a little more data about
Right.
where we come down, to talk to the legislature and see what their issues are, see why this got hung up. Maybe there are other issues, and that's part of our final data collection. But I'd like to move aggressively on this, fill out our knowledge a little more, and move aggressively on this. And I think pretty much everybody agrees with that.
Right.
Does that give you a sense of direction?
That gives me a sense of direction, yes, thank you.
Okay. And we can talk about who talks to who in the legislature. And then, you know, there may be people from the industry who have better connections than we do, but we can strategize later on about who we talk to and when.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would hope that someone is looking at this issue more in-depth than my cursory view regarding the gaming side. I don't have the
Yeah.
resources available to do that, but
Yeah, we'll do that. That's not your job.
thank you.
Go ahead. Next.
Okay. Next on the agenda, I believe, is the consideration of applications to hold or conduct live racing in the Commonwealth in 2014. In your packet, we start out by outlining the statutory requirements of the application process. An application is filed with the Commission on or before October 1st of the year preceding. It's accompanied by a fee and a bond that's conditioned upon the payment of all sums which may become payable to the Commission under this chapter. There are some statutory housekeeping type items that have to be in the application and answers to such other questions as the Commission may prescribe, and an affirmation of compliance with applicable laws and regulations. The form of the application and the additional questions it contains were approved by this Commission at the 75th public meeting back on August 22nd, 2013. Statute requires a public hearing on each application and outlines the criteria that the Commission shall take into consideration when considering the application. There are conditions on the issuance of a license, and the statute requires the Commission to grant or dismiss each application no later than November 15th. The Commission is in receipt of 3 such timely filed applications to conduct live horse racing in 2014. We have an application from Sterling Suffolk Racecourse, LLC, to conduct 100 days of running horse racing between June 2nd and November 29th at an existing facility in Suffolk County known as Suffolk Downs. We have an application from Springfield Gaming and Redevelopment, LLC, to conduct 100 days of harness horse racing between April 14th and November 28th at an existing facility in Norfolk County known as Plain Ridge Racecourse, if awarded a Category 2 gaming license. And we have the application of Brockton Racing, LLC, to conduct 40 days of harness racing at an existing facility in Plymouth County at the Brockton Fairgrounds, commencing 30 days after the opening of a Category 2 gaming facility at the Raynham Park location, if awarded a Category 2 gaming license and if Plain Ridge Racecourse ceases its live racing operations. License applications were posted to the MGC website on October 23rd of this year. Public comment was invited. Public hearings on each of the applications were conducted in Boston, Plainville, and Brockton respectively in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law the week of October 28th. Relevant hearing materials are all included at the end of this memorandum for your review, and we also have a summary of each hearing provided in the discussion of the applications. Criteria the commission is to consider include the financial ability of an applicant to operate a racetrack, maximization of state revenues, suitability of racing facilities, the circumstances that large groups of spectators require safe and convenient facilities, the interest of members of the public in racing competition honestly managed and of good quality, the necessity of having and maintaining proper physical facilities for racing meetings, and the necessity of according fair treatment to the economic interest and investments of those who in good faith have provided and maintained such facilities. The Racing Division notes that all three applicants are applicants for gaming licenses, and each has achieved a positive determination of suitability, subject to certain conditions. To the extent that financial suitability was a part of that determination, the Racing Division has not conducted any further analysis as to the first criterion. Several of the other criteria take on significance only in the context of competing applications. As a relative measure, there was a time in the Commonwealth where applicants competed fiercely for dates. We are not necessarily in that situation at this time. Maximization of state revenues. In the context of competing applications, we would have conducted handle projections and made a determination as to the expected revenue from one applicant versus the other. But here we're left with essentially a yes-no analysis. If racing, yes revenue. If no racing, no revenue. To the extent that any of the criteria take on particular significance, we're going to talk about that in detail with the individual applications. Similarly, conditions related to the issuance of the license will take up as they become important. We're going to turn to the individual applications now. What I'm going to do format-wise is I will ask the applicants to identify themselves to you, to the commission. We're going to go through our observations on the application, address new materials that have been received since this memo was completed, because there's a significant amount that has come in. We'll ask the applicants if they have anything to add or contribute to the discussion, ask you all if you have questions of the applicants or of myself, and then I'll make my recommendations. Is that agreeable?
It is.
Okay. So we'll begin with the application to conduct running horse racing from Sterling Suffolk Racecourse LLC. The representatives that are here, if you could identify yourselves to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Charlie Baker. I'm the corporate secretary at Sterling Suffolk Racecourse LLC. With me today is Chip Tuttle, the COO.
Thank you.
As you all know, Sterling Suffolk Racecourse LLC is the existing running horse licensee and the sole applicant for running horse dates in 2014. Its application addresses the statutory requirements of Chapter 128A as well as the other questions which the Commission prescribed. Its request for 100 live racing days during the period June 2nd to November 29th do make it eligible to offer simulcast wagering. The application includes a master list of requested imports and exports of its live signal, a request for authorization of 3 advanced deposit wagering account providers pursuant to Chapter 128A-5C, and a notice of election of a so-called premium free period pursuant to 128C-2-5. This notice of election for the period March 16th through June 7th was included with the application as a standalone letter. It didn't appear in the electronic version of your application, but it is in your packet. Public hearing on this application was held at 1000 Washington Street in Boston, Massachusetts on October 30th. Approximately 2 members of the public attended. None requested to speak. Approximately. That's how it was reported to me, and that's how I report it to you. I never paraphrase anything I get from one of our other employees. None requested to speak. No written comments were received in connection with the hearing. To the best of my knowledge, no comments have been received in response to the request for public comment on the website. All of the associated materials that we'd received were included at the end of this memo. Also on October 30th of this year, the Commission issued a positive determination of suitability regarding Sterling Suffolk Racecourse LLC as a gaming applicant, subject to certain conditions that don't touch upon racing operations. Given the depth and complexity of the background check procedures performed, the Racing Division has confidence in the entity, its board of managers, and its officers. Prior to the start of the live racing meet, we will be conducting appropriate background checks on individuals recommended by the applicant for employment as racing officials. that is in concurrence with past practice, but we note that there exists a significant gap in the background check procedures involving a third group of individuals that we consider key racing employees, much like there are key gaming employees. These individuals do not appear to have been subjected to background checks as part of the predecessor agency's procedures, and they would not have been qualifiers under the gaming background check. So we're going to work with the Commission's legal department to develop a defined list of who key racing, not the individuals, but what positions are considered key employee positions, and we'll determine the appropriate tier of background check to which they should be subjected. As to the application, we note the following. The current executed recognition and purse agreements with the Representative Horsemen's Group are valid through May 31st of 2014 for the recognition agreement and December 31st of this year for the purse agreement. Negotiations are ongoing, and we would expect that any amendments to existing contracts and agreements or newly executed contracts would be provided to the Racing Division once available, and that's standard course of practice. I just wanted to make a note there. The next paragraph we can strike. Letters of clarification and amendments to Exhibits 11A and G have been received from the applicant. 2/3 of those appear in your packet, and one was received yesterday, but the Racing Division is satisfied that the information submitted addresses our concerns. I would ask at this time if there's anything that the applicant would like to add or contribute. They're welcome to do so.
I just note that
Why don't you use the mic, Mr. Baker?
once again would like to thank the Commission for the consideration of this matter. We believe that the application before you meets the 7 statutory criteria, and we welcome your decision to grant us a racing license for 2014.
Does the Commission have any questions of the applicant?
I do. And the question centers on what is the, is there an unconditional commitment to exercise the license at this point? Where does that stand, I guess is the broader question.
Commissioner McHugh, thank you. There are, it's our intent to operate the racetrack next year. It's our hope to operate the racetrack next year. We believe, as Charlie said, that we meet all of the criteria for licensing. There are several variables, some that we know of and some that we perhaps could not anticipate. But so I am here before you today to express absolutely our intent to conduct a racing meeting. I would point out that all of the racing laws sunset July 31st of next year, and we don't know if they will continue, if they'll continue in what form, you know, so just as one of the potential variables. But we are committed to trying to continue the racing operation as much as possible.
Thank you.
And clearly, the elephant in the room is the unknown, the variable about the gaming licenses. We all know that. It bears on all 3 of these applications. Everybody in the industry is suffering from that uncertainty, and I think as long as we're within the rules, we want to give as much deference and understanding and flexibility as we can. I think it was an appropriate question, but we know that this is a complicated and difficult period for all 3 people for this reason. And we will do everything we can to accommodate. That's my sense.
We appreciate that.
Somebody want to make a motion?
Yeah, well, the only thing, I would just point out that I know you have a good communication on all things racing with Director Durenberger, and I would encourage you to continue that, and anything that you see is in the horizon relative to racing and this application, you let her know as soon as you do.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a regular and ongoing dialogue, and we will continue to do so. We take very seriously our responsibility to the people who work at the facility, to the family of horsemen and horsewomen, and you know, we will not take any action without seeking the appropriate guidance of this commission.
Just one other thing I think is appropriate to point out. Director Dernberger frequently comments to us about how Sterling Suffolk has been a good steward of this industry, a response, an immediate respondent to our initiatives to reform and redress and to address issues of health and safety and standardization and, as the director calls it, harmonization of our rules with national rules and so forth. And Sterling Suffolk has always distinguished itself as being a part of that, and we take note of that.
Thank you.
And you may hear some more comments to that effect in my recommendation.
All right. So, do you want to make other questions? Yeah.
I didn't think you were complete yet, so
I'm
it was
sorry.
not
Yeah.
quite time for a motion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Do any of the commissioners have additional questions for me? So my recommendation then, the Racing Division respectfully recommends that the application of Sterling Suffolk Racecourse LLC to conduct live running horse racing dates in 2014 be approved, subject to conditions outlined below and any other conditions deemed appropriate by this commission. Particularly, we note, as the chairman said, the demonstrated past performances, pun intended, of Sterling Suffolk Racecourse as a running horse licensee, including its significant contributions to the industry and the Commonwealth, as outlined in Exhibits 25 and 26. If I could just take a moment to tell you about something extraordinary that happened this summer. Just to put this in context, the rest of the nation has been at a certain point with its medication levels that Massachusetts was not at previously. And although the science behind it isn't important, I give you one example. And that is the regulation of a drug called phenylbutazone. It's a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory in much the same way Tylenol and Aleve is. The rest of the country has been, for the past 10 years or so, at a level of 5. That's how it's regulated. It's permissible, it can be in the system, but it has to be below a certain level so that it doesn't affect performance. All of the uniform initiatives that we've talked about have recommended reducing that threshold to 2. A number of states are at 2. There are a number of states, racing jurisdictions, that have struggled mightily to go from 5 to 2 and have met fierce resistance, and the commissions cannot get it done. We came in last October, and by April of this year, when live racing started, we went from permitting that medication to be given on race day, essentially an unregulated administration, to 2. We skipped right over 5. We never looked at it. We never considered it. We went right back to 2. And I have to tell you that the amount of overages that our horsemen faced this year are right in line with the rest of the country. There was absolutely no resistance from any of the stakeholders or the operator. And we've just received the final word. Our rate of incident at that racetrack, whether it be catastrophic breakdown, whether it be horses pulling up, vanned off, or other things that the stewards or the commission needed to get invited to examine, investigate, or even just document. When December 31st comes around, I can tell you that we're going to be in the top 3 in the country.
Top 3?
Top 3 in terms of the low numbers. Right. Let me just make that very clear.
That's terrific.
It's extraordinary. We have a really good handle. Within the last 5 years, we've been collecting so much data as part of an industry initiative with the Equine Injury Database. That we now have 83% of all thoroughbred race starts are encompassed in this national database. So we have really good numbers. We know where everybody sits. And I have to tell you that this has been an incredible experiment to be a part of and just extraordinarily successful results. And so I thank all of the stakeholders and the operator, because this is truly incredible and it's a testament to everybody in the industry, what we can get done.
Great.
Actually, I'd like to thank you for your leadership, because we wouldn't be here without your leadership and what you've brought, how you've educated us, and been able to work with the stakeholders to accomplish this. So I just want to mention that, Director.
Thank you, Commissioner. We had a very good baseline to work with, though, and that was the impetus for this discussion, in that Suffolk was attempting to do everything that it could on its own, and we came in and helped beef up the regulatory structure. So If not for that excellent baseline, we may not be where we are.
It's a love-in.
No, but it's really appropriate. This is a track with a storied history, and to see it with a great reputation for these kinds of things, and to see it continuing to do these kinds of things for the horses and the horsemen is really rewarding. It's a team effort, and it's terrific to see.
Well, I think you heard Mr. Waldrop say at the Horse Racing Forum that this operation, this partnership between the regulator and the regulated it's a benchmark for the industry. He used a different word, a better adjective that's escaping me now, but it was, this is what we strive to be.
Yeah, it's great.
A model.
Great.
So on that note, I do just have a couple of suggestions on conditions to licensure and any other conditions that you all would deem to be appropriate. One, that the applicant should work with the commission to ensure that these key racing employees, once defined, are identified and subjected to appropriate background check, and that any amendments to existing contracts and agreements or newly executed contracts and agreements with the representative horsemen's group be provided within 5 business days of execution. This approval, and I understand that you're taking things under advisement today, this approval would authorize simulcast wagering effective January 1st with the brick and mortar and other outlets that are outlined in Exhibits 27, 28A, and 28B. The advanced deposit wagering account providers listed in Exhibit 29, pending the regulatory and representative horsemen's groups approvals required by the Interstate Horse Racing Act, and our simulcast chapter. And this approval would also authorize the 12-week premium-free period elected by the applicant.
We actually, you said we're taking this under advisement. Are we voting today, or we decided to wait until our next meeting?
My understanding of the format was that we would be taking things under advisement today, and then you would be issuing a decisional level, decisional type format, as opposed to the predecessor agency's practice of voting yea or nay. But certainly that is your call, Mr. Chair.
That's what I think we agreed on
Yeah,
last week.
okay, all right. But that shouldn't suggest anything other than, I think you've got the gist of our thoughts at this point. But let's do this properly, so we will take each of these under advisement. But I think we've given a sense of what we're thinking. Okay, so there's no need for a motion at this point.
Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank you.
The next application to be considered is that of Springfield Gaming and Redevelopment, LLC. This is actually, let me have the representatives of this group stand up and identify themselves for the
Might as well
commission.
come forward. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and staff. I'm Tim Wilmot, President and Chief Executive Officer of Penn National Gaming. With me today, to my right, is our Senior Vice President of Public Affairs, Eric Shippers. To Eric's right is our Deputy General Counsel, Carl Sotosante, and to Carl's right is our Corporate Vice President of all racing operations, Chris Mackerley.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Springfield Gaming and Redevelopment is a member-managed subsidiary of Western Mass Gaming Ventures, LLC, which traces 100% ownership up through Delvas Corp. And ultimately Penn National Gaming Incorporated. It currently has an application for a Category 2 gaming license pending before this commission. The applicant has entered into an option agreement to acquire the assets of the existing harness horse racing licensee, Our Way Realty, LLC, should SGR be awarded a Category 2 gaming license. The applicant has also entered into an option agreement whereby if it is awarded a racing license by the commission, it may commence racing operations on January 1, 2014, pending a decision on the award of the Category 2 gaming license. Springfield Gaming and Redevelopment is one of 2 applicants for harness racing dates in 2014. Its application addresses the statutory requirements of 128A Section 2 as well as the other questions which the commission prescribed. And its request for 100 live racing days during the period April 14 through November 28th make it eligible to offer simulcast wagering. The application includes a master list of requested simulcast imports and exports of its live signal, a request to take over operation of the existing telephone account wagering system, known as the WinLine, and a notice of election of a so-called premium-free period. This notice of election for the period June 22 through September 14 appears at the end of Exhibit 27. We note that Exhibit 27 also appears to request the Breeders' Cup races as so-called special events, also premium-free, pursuant to 128C24. A public hearing on this application was held at the Plainville Senior Center in Plainville, Massachusetts on October 29th. Approximately 15 members of the public attended, 8 of whom requested to speak. All of the comments were favorable to the application. 1 written comment in favor of the application and 1 written comment in opposition of the application were received in connection with that hearing. A written comment in support of the application was received in conjunction with the application and is included as the last page of applicant's Exhibit 17B. To the best of my knowledge, no comments have been received in response to the request for public comment on the website, and all associated materials are included at the end of this memo. On October 2nd, 2013, the Commission issued a positive determination of suitability regarding Springfield Gaming and Redevelopment LLC as a gaming applicant. Again, given the depth and complexity of the background check procedures performed, the Racing Division has confidence in the entity. Prior to the start of the live racing meet, we will be conducting the appropriate background checks on individuals recommended by the applicant for employment as racing officials. Again, we note the gap between the background check procedures involving that third group of key racing employees. We'll be working again with the legal department to get those defined. The parent company of SGR, Penn National Gaming Incorporated, is a multi-jurisdictional racing operator. With the help of the Commission's Investigations and Enforcement Bureau, the Racing Division is in the process of conducting due diligence regarding Penn National's racing operations. That review is not completed at this time. We've requested letters of good standing from the following regulatory authorities where Penn National Gaming is a license or permit holder. That's Florida, Maine, Maryland, New Mexico, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas, and West Virginia. We are waiting on a number of those letters to be returned to the Commission. As to the application, the Racing Division notes the following. We'll need to work with them to amend their request for simulcast import and export. Part of that has to do with the stage of where they are in the process as a new entity coming in, and part of it has to do with some confusion, perhaps pursuant to the application process. But we're confident that we can work with the applicant and we can correct those exhibits well in advance of the commencement of any simulcasting. We recognize that many of the third-party service provider contracts and insurance policies would not be executed until such time as SGR were to exercise an option agreement. The Racing Division would like to reserve the right to inspect all such agreements as they are finalized, and we would bring to the Commission any items that are of concern. We can strike the next paragraph that had to do with some materials related to the telephone account wagering system. We've received those. We received them yesterday. We have not had the opportunity to review them, but that will not alter the ultimate recommendation that I'm prepared to make to you today. And the Racing Division notes that Penn National Gaming has a strong track record, pun intended, of using its private property authority and corporate policy to complement the authority of the governing regulatory body. In the event that SGR becomes a racing operator in the Commonwealth, we look forward to partnering with them, particularly as they develop some of the local sections of their corporate racing guides. Those are referenced in Exhibit 23B4. Commission, we have an overarching concern, of course, regarding this application, and that, as we've been discussing for some number of weeks now, is the sequencing issue related to a November award of a racing license and a subsequent award of a Category 2 gaming license, given the express provisional nature of this entity's racing license application. The applicant has signaled its intent to begin simulcasting on January 1, 2014, which would make sense to us, but the conditions in the application for a racing license, being contingent on the award of the Category 2 gaming license, create this complex issue. Maybe it's not complex. But the ability to simulcast in the Commonwealth is, of course, conditioned upon the live racing licensees actually conducting live racing. So we're in a bit of a tricky situation here in that, and this is true of every year, this is not just true this year, every year, simulcasting begins on January 1, but no one knows whether or not the condition required to be authorized to conduct simulcast wagering occurs until sometime later in the year, perhaps October, perhaps November. And so this puts us in a special bind this year. In this instance, the applicant has asked us to authorize simulcasting while indicating that it may not be interested in fulfilling the conditions precedent should it not receive a gaming license. One possible solution to this would be to award a license to conduct live racing and table the applicant's request to offer simulcast wagering beginning January 1 until such time as the Category 2 gaming license decision has been made. The scenario that would create would be on December 31st, Plain Ridge Race Course would go dark. The employees that are working there wouldn't know if that would be for a period of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 2 months, or indefinitely. And that's a tricky thing to be in. It also has some implications, of course, for the applicant in terms of negotiating contracts with third-party service providers. We see disruption to the industry, and to the extent that we can not disrupt the industry any more than this award and this sequencing process has, we think that would be in the industry's best interest. On the other hand, I'm not sure, given the parameters of the statute, whether or not we can do this. So I put that before you, and I think that's something that we're going to be looking at really closely in the next couple of days. Exhibit 14, the option and purchase agreement, references this temporary operations agreement to be executed between Our Way Realty and SGR by December 15th of this year, should SGR obtain a license to conduct live racing. That temporary operations agreement is designed primarily, I think, to allow the simulcast operations in that interim period, pending the commission of the Category 2 gaming license. We would expect to receive and review a copy of that agreement if and when executed. We're hoping that that's an outside date because there's not a lot of time between December 15th and January 1st. I have one other issue that I'd like to bring up that's not in the memo, if I could. And this is not something that, let's see. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. It's a concern that we have about the transition and not the applicant. And that is that we recognize that the standard and ordinary course of business in the horse racing industry is such that accounts are not necessarily settled on a regular basis. Sometimes it may be that when the out of balance situation that's created between two parties reaches a certain level, a threshold level, they would settle out. The parimutuel industry, as I'm sure you've come to learn in the last year since I've been here, has some very interesting and unique business practices. To the extent that the existing racing operator is going to have some debts, and to the extent that, as I understand the agreement, the going forward agreement, that Penn National has agreed to acquire assets of the existing facility, I don't know where that leaves the debts of the existing operator. So when you are a 128A licensee in the Commonwealth, you owe the Commonwealth money. You owe other racetrack licensees within the Commonwealth money. You owe standard bred breeders, thoroughbred breeders money. You owe Division of Fairs. There are a number of stakeholders that are owed money pursuant to our statute. Then there are, of course, the third-party service providers and the simulcast partners. So there's a lot of trade payables that are out there. And I don't know how we address being an effective regulator, being on top of these issues. I'm concerned about a situation where on December 31st, the debts still exist and they're out there, and they've not been acquired or contracted for with a new operator. Again, this has nothing to do with the applicant, but more the transition plan. And so I just bring that up.
Maybe we could hear from the applicant, and
Absolutely.
they may have a way to address this before we ask questions?
Yep.
Thank you. Again, thank you for considering our racing application. As the director said, we are working with the current owner to put together a temporary operations agreement, and we're close. I think we can certainly beat the December 15th deadline that we've committed to. We're in the process of putting together org charts, also putting together all of our internal controls to run the operation under the Penn National banner. The current owner would have no involvement post-December 31st with the running of that operation. I'd like to ask Mr. Sotosante just to cover, because we're talking with the current owner about the debt obligations and the transition, what our thoughts are on that. Mr. Sotosante?
Thank you, Tim. Commissioners, as Tim mentioned, we're in the process of negotiating this temporary services agreement, and I think that we're reasonably close. As Ms. Dornberger mentioned, the devil is in the details. There are a lot of trade payables, vendor issues, constituent issues. I submit to you that over the last 10 years, Chris Mackerlane to my right and I have been involved in purchasing probably the better part of a half dozen tracks across the country. These issues are not sui generis. We have faced them before, and we're comfortable that we're going to be able to address all the concerns. I can't tell you that they're all buttoned down right now, but I can tell you that we have a very exhaustive to-do list, and we're going to make sure that the commitments that the current owner has will be taken care of. I also know that you're going to condition the license on your review of that transition services and temporary services agreement. So I have great comfort in telling you these issues aren't new to us. They can be a little bit tricky, but they're going to be well addressed, and we're very cognizant of all the constituents.
Thank you.
So it sounds like you consider it in your interest, one of your points that you need to accomplish in your negotiations, that set of payables and so forth is taken care of.
I'm very comfortable telling you that, and I'm very comfortable telling you that the current operator of the track has been extremely cooperative on that front and has not pushed back on any of the commitments that we've made express in that agreement.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sotosante. It occurs to me that it's either all of those issues can get addressed either on the operations agreement or in the transition, in the transfer of asset agreement or the option agreement, if you will.
Correct. They're not currently addressed in the option agreement, which is why we're going to do it in the temporary services agreement. That's the vehicle where it fits best right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for anybody? On the issue, go ahead, were you about to say something?
I think I'm going right where you're going, Mr. Chair, so go ahead and
Okay,
answer.
well, on the issue of the sequencing, we would be authorizing simulcasting without knowing whether or not there's going to be live racing, right? And we theoretically can't authorize simulcasting without knowing that there's going to be live racing, right? But isn't that an issue that Suffolk has the same issue? They're going to start on January 1st, and they intend to have live racing, but they cannot make an absolute commitment. And as a practical matter, every year this happens, the same thing happens. You know, if they start simulcasting and they intend in 2012, 2011, 2010, they intend to start live racing, but there's no guarantee. So it doesn't seem to me, or am I right that this is really no different from other applicants, and as a practical matter, other years?
So 90% you are correct. The difference, the nuance here, and you're going to have to bear with racing. Racing is full of nuances. The nuance here, yes, the condition precedent is we never know if it's fulfilled in any year until such time as it's been fulfilled. The nuance here is that there appears in the statute a provision that talks about things that are beyond the applicant's control. You know, your acts of God, for example, your work stoppages, but it specifically references things that are beyond the applicant's control or the licensee's control. The difference here is that my read of this application is that it's expressly conditional upon a condition that is within the licensee's control, not the award of the gaming license, but their determination, their commitment, and that's the nuance here. Again, I think the
But
disruption.
that's the same with Sterling Suffolk.
Their application is to conduct 100 days of live racing, not 100 days of live racing if we get a Category 1 license. And
Right.
that's the distinction there.
Well, but it's, in a sense, Penn National is being more forthcoming. You know, they're saying it straight, whereas Suffolk Downs is saying, we really hope so, but if you really want our promise, we can't make that promise. So as a I mean, it seems to me as a practical matter, it's the same issue, other things, Penn National is being straight up about it.
As a practical matter, we may reach the same conclusion. I am reading the applications on their face.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's fair to read into what Sterling Suffolk told us, the kind of pejorative twist. They may, we don't know, they may be trying very hard, and I take them at their face value, very hard to put on 100 days of racing next year regardless.
Yeah,
And
I agree,
and
but
I'd take that at face value.
but it's not, I agree, but it's not a known certainty. We would be authorizing.
Right,
yeah.
nothing is known,
Yeah.
and the world is full of nuances. Haven't we always, haven't we frequently gotten into a situation where we reduced the number of racing days from 100 to 80?
The
80?
last 3 years, correct.
So that literally, the not less than 100 calendar days actually conducts not less than 100 calendar days piece of the statute we've authorized departure from over the last 3 years.
Subsequent to the legislature's departure. We absolutely have, and that's the next agenda item. We're going to spend a little time talking about that issue
Well,
as well today, so
okay,
yes.
but it seems to me that a course of practice over a period of time is an important element of how one construes the statute. And the fact that we face this sequencing issue every year, we've never started a simulcasting season after 100 days of live racing has been conducted. So literally, we've never complied with the statute. But the compliance that we've made over the years is a course of practice that it seems to me we could follow here. And getting to where the chairman suggests that the intent is to do it, the undertaking is to do it. There are contingencies out there that may prevent it from happening, but that's not different in kind, though it's different in detail from what we've done in the past. That's my take on it.
I agree with that, and just for the record, I didn't mean to be pejorative about something. I agree with your characterization of it. I think the commissioner says it right. Any other comments? And thank you for addressing or both of you for addressing the outstanding liabilities issue. That was an important one. Anything else? All right, do you want to go ahead and?
So just to circle back and tie that up. So again, I don't act as the commission's attorney. That's not my function here. I'm the director of racing, which is why my conclusion was that unless it's not within the parameters of the statute to do so, and I think you've laid out the arguments, it seems to us the wiser choice to authorize simulcast wagering pending that outcome of the Category 2 gaming license award. Was there anything else that the applicant would like to add or state before the commission?
Not at this time.
Okay. And
Let me just ask you, we spoke a lot about the working relationship with Suffolk, and this is now an evolving relationship with Penn National. How has it been?
it's been, I think both sides have been very responsive.
Absolutely.
Very good.
We concur.
Okay, good.
I had two questions. One about the due diligence piece. Is there anything more than getting letters of good standing that is necessary to finish the due diligence piece?
There's nothing, unless there's something unanticipated at this point, we're waiting on essentially housekeeping issues.
All right, and one item of administration, if you will. There's a letter from, in the record, from Mary Ann Grenier, who says in the opening of her letter that the notice of the meeting was posted apparently on the day the hearing was held, and it didn't say where the hearing was going to be held, and she couldn't find where the hearing was. I see that in her letter, and then I see the record here that demonstrates that the notice was posted on our website some days before the hearing, and that the statutory requirements were complied with. So I think it's important, because that's in the record, just to clear that up. It seems to me from the record and the documents that are in the record, we complied with the statute and gave greater notice than in fact was necessary.
And so thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner McHugh. We can certainly perhaps introduce into the record our response to that. The meeting was posted on October 22nd. and had been noticed in the newspaper some number of weeks before that. I think we actually gave 21 days' notice, which we weren't required to do. But I do have all of those dates outlined. We do have the response that General Counsel sent to this Marianne Granier. And the other piece that I was going to say about this is that I think two things. We've found some issues on the website, and I think there was some confusion. There were so many public meetings and public hearings on different applications on that particular week that we think she may have clicked on a different meeting, actually.
Okay.
So at any rate, it has been
Fair enough.
addressed, it's been responded, and we can introduce that into the record. Thank
And
you.
there's no doubt that we have complied and that the record will show we complied if it's necessary. Okay.
Thank you.
Good catch, thank you.
Okay, so then we'll move on to the recommendation. The Racing Division respectfully recommends that the application of Springfield Gaming and Redevelopment LLC for live harness horse racing dates in 2014 be approved, subject to a couple of conditions outlined below and any other conditions deemed appropriate by this commission, and pending the absence of any material derogatory information received as we do complete the due diligence process. Particularly, we note the strong racetrack operations portfolio of SGR's parent company, Penn National Gaming, coupled with the benefits to the Commonwealth of conducting harness horse racing at the existing facility as outlined in Exhibit 26. The following conditions to licensure and any other conditions deemed appropriate by this commission are suggested. One, again, the applicant shall work with the commission to ensure that the key racing employees, once defined, are identified and subjected to an appropriate background check. That the applicant work with the Racing Division to amend its request for simulcast import and export prior to January 1 as that information becomes available. Racing Division must be notified of any amendments to existing contracts and agreements or newly executed contracts and agreements with third-party racing's operations-related service providers or representative horsemen's groups within 5 business days of execution. Said documents are subject to review, so notification, we don't necessarily need copies of all of them, but notification that there has been execution. The next condition I'm going to have to amend. We required that the 2002 materials regarding the Winline telephone account wagering system referenced in Exhibit 29 be submitted before consideration would be given. We still need to review that. We're in receipt of the materials. We still need to review them. And finally, the applicant must provide a copy of the temporary operations agreement executed between Our Way Realty LLC and Springfield Gaming and Redevelopment LLC within 5 business days of execution. This approval would authorize simulcast wagering effective January 1, pending additional review of the import and export requests by Racing Division staff, as well as the regulatory and representative horsemen's groups approvals required by the Interstate Horse Racing Act and our simulcast chapter. Such approval would also authorize the 12-week premium-free period elected by the applicant and up to 15 Breeders' Cup races as premium-free special events. Please note that this approval that we recommend at this time does not authorize the use of the Winline as a telephone account wagering system until such time as those materials have been reviewed and a further recommendation is made to the commission. And we should have that for you prior to next week.
Okay.
Further comments or discussion? All right, we will take that under
thank you.
advisement, but again, I think you've heard how we're leaning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
staff.
Okay, we turn now to our third application. The third application is that of, representatives of the application. Please come forward and identify yourselves to the commission. This is Brockton Racing LLC.
I'm still standing. My name is George Carney. I'm from Brockton.
Good morning, Commissioners. Representing Brockton Racing LLC, we have George Carney. To my right, we have Michael Maurizio. He's been counsel on the racing matters in this process. Also, we have Joe Wilson on the end, who is the Chief Operating Officer for Greenwood Racing. So thank you very much for having us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so Brockton Racing LLC is a new entity formed in September of 2013, consisting of Raynham Member Incorporated, a wholly owned subsidiary of Greenwood Racing, Inc., and the Carney Family Group, LLC. Both are affiliated with the Raynham Park LLC application for a Category 2 gaming license, currently pending before this commission. This application for live racing dates is conditioned upon an award of a Category 2 gaming license to Rain and Park LLC and the cessation of live harness racing at Plain Ridge Park. Brockton Racing is one of 2 applicants for harness horse dates in 2014. Its application does not fully address some of the statutory requirements of the application, namely the days and hours of the day on which it intends to hold or conduct the race meeting. And I want to let you know that late yesterday we did receive a submission with the days and hours of times requested to hold or conduct the race meeting. It did not make it into your packet because of when we received it, but we are in receipt of that at this time. Its request to conduct 40 days of racing in August through October of 2014 does not make the entity eligible to offer simulcast wagering. We're going to discuss that a little bit later as well, some late materials received. As the Greyhound licensee, I'd just like to note in Bristol County, Rain and Park remains authorized by Section 92 of Chapter 194 of the Acts of 2011 to continue conducting simulcasting, at this time through July 31st, 2014. A public hearing on the application was held at the Massasoit Community College in Brockton, Massachusetts on October 29th. Approximately 15 members of the public attended, 6 of whom requested to speak. All of the comments were favorable to the application. 2 written comments in opposition to the application were received in connection with the hearing. Since that time, 2 letters in support have been received. They did make it into your packet, so they do appear in the memo, although not summarized here. To the best of my knowledge, no comments have been received in response to the request for public comment on the website, and all other associated materials appear at the end of this memo. On August 5th, 2013, the Commission issued a positive determination of suitability regarding Rain and Park LLC as a gaming applicant. As we've noted before, given the depth and complexity of those background check procedures, the Racing Division does have confidence in the entity. We will be working to define key racing employees, and once defined, we would be going through the appropriate tier of background check. Greenwood Racing Incorporated, the parent company for Rain and Member, is a multi-jurisdictional racing operator. With the help of the Commission's Investigations and Enforcement Bureau, the Racing Division is in the process of conducting due diligence as to Greenwood Racing's racing operations. That due diligence review is not complete at this time. We've requested letters of good standing from New Jersey, Oregon, and Pennsylvania, where Greenwood Racing is a license or permit holder, and we have not received any of that in response as of this date. As to the application, the Racing Division notes the following. Again, we had originally, we did not have 2 of the statutory housekeeping requirements. We do have those now. They have, let me just read this into the record. Brockton Racing seeks to conduct 40 harness racing meetings at the Brockton Fairgrounds. This would be 10 races each day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, starting August 1st and ending October 2016, plus Labor Day. We will get that material submitted into the record. Let me see here. I apologize. I had taken some notes last night, and they seem to be out of order. We've not had time to look at whether or not the dates and times submitted, particularly Labor Day, which is a Monday, would make this a competing application. Certain conditions as to the issuance of the license attached to a competing application. There are some geographical issues. I believe it's within 75 miles of each other. They can't operate at the same time. There's some time of day issues if you're running a matinee or an evening performance. And so, given the late submission of this, I've not had the opportunity to review it. So, basically, we need to come back to you with that, but we'll have an answer for you, I would think, by tomorrow.
Director,
yes.
which competing operation might you be referring to?
The other applicant for harness racing dates would be operating within that 75-mile radius.
But
So in terms of awarding 2 licenses, if they're competing applications, we would have to make a recommendation that perhaps, I'm just thinking about the Monday, both tracks could not be in operation at the same time on that Monday.
But isn't the application conditional on the cessation of those operations?
It is. So
It's a moot point.
Wouldn't it be a moot point?
it's not a moot point, though, if you're the applicant who's wishing to be approved, because if we deny one and then the condition subsequent occurs, we've already denied, say, running on that Monday, if you approve. So I'm just holding it out there until we've had a chance to review it and look at what the options are. So in other words, it would be a condition of licensure that we would approve this, but we couldn't approve, a particular day.
Okay.
So I think it will be, to your point, I think it'll be a moot issue. But I'm not prepared to answer that at this time. Rainham Member Inc. entity discloses in Exhibit 13C that one of its affiliates was denied a racing license by the Maryland Racing Commission in 2003. We do await some further documentation from the Maryland Racing Commission as to that matter. Our due diligence as to Exhibit 16 is not yet complete. That has to do with some of the physical attributes of the existing property. We have no recognition agreement for, or purse agreement executed with any horsemen's group at this time under the circumstances. That's totally understandable, and a later submission would cure that requirement. As is the case with both of the other applications, there are a number of third-party racing-related operations, service provider contracts, insurance policies, et cetera, that have not yet been contemplated, much less executed, and that's, again, to be expected in the case of a new applicant entity. We would expect that such contracts would be provided to the Racing Division for review once executed. A number of responses regarding the previous racing operations, experience of the Carney Family Group LLC, and the physical attributes of the existing racing facility still remain under review by members of the application review team. And I would ask at this time if there's anything that the applicant, I think there probably is. Let me just summarize the additional materials that we've received. The ones that appear in your packet were the letters in support. Last night we received this first supplement to the September 30th application. What it does is, again, it outlines a proposed schedule. That this would be, clarifies that it would be matinee racing and not evening racing, post time of 1 p.m. And then there is a discussion regarding the ability to simulcast, both the ability of the existing facility to simulcast subsequent to July 31st of 2014, as well as an argument as to the ability of Springfield Gaming and Redevelopment to begin simulcasting on January 1. Again, I've not had the opportunity to review this, much less summarize it, and so to the extent that the applicant wants to talk about that, I'm happy to allow them to do so. But those are issues that need to be considered and reviewed before I can address them. So.
Well, is there an issue from your standpoint as to whether, as the Greyhound licensee, they can continue till July 1, 2014 simulcasting?
No, no issue at all. The new information points us to a provision in the law that I'm not sure that this is a correct reading from the applicant, but they believe that they are going to be able to simulcast beginning August 1st of 2014 under a different provision of the law, and my read of that was different than the applicant's.
Oh, okay,
So.
okay. Got it.
Do you have something to say about that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is George Carney. I'm involved in the application here this morning, or this afternoon, getting close to the reason I just had a couple words to say, that the gentleman sitting on my right, he will be running the operation as far as the harness racing operation is concerned, Joe Wilson. And I'll be involved more in the public relations part of the thing and sort of promoting it from the reason I know the area pretty well. I've been watching harness racing for the last 25 or 30 years. In my mind, and I feel very strongly about it, if given the opportunity to be granted a license, that I will bring harness racing back. It might take me 2 or 3 years, because it's been 25 years on the downswing. But as far as the thing is concerned, my vision of it would be not to be running 150 days a year, to run fewer days, but pay better purses, have better racing, and build up the fan base once again. Harness racing at one time was very, very strong. I was involved at Rockingham Park when harness racing was run up there, long before the change of the management. It was very successful. I watched Foxborough under the old days when E.M. Lowe ran it himself. It was very, very successful. The most days that they ran at that time was 60, sometimes less. Harness racing, if handled properly and promoted properly, I think can become a winning business, not one that you're just running to qualify to get a slot license. I really feel that spending 2 or 3 years, I know the horsemen are kind of concerned a little bit about what might happen, but in my opinion, I think that we can write races through the racing secretary's office that will help the local horsemen, give them chance 2 or 3 years to build up some decent stock, buy some decent horses, and be able to compete. I've done the same thing with the dog track many, many years ago, not to sit here and tell how smart I am, because I'm really not. But I have been lucky in life. Sometimes that's more important. I've never been known for running the best bottom line operation in the world, because I sometimes hire more people than I should and keep some of them working line than I should. But I guarantee you, if we're given the opportunity to do this, you'll be very happy and very proud of the fact you voted that way. And that's all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Michael Maurizio, I can perhaps address the simulcast issue very briefly. We would begin operating October 1st, and the existing racing and simulcast laws all sunset in July of 2014. So if...
When you say begin operating, you're talking about if you win the gaming license.
That's correct.
Okay.
But Brockton Racing would begin its racing meets at the Brockton Fair October 1st of next year. At that time, the simulcast laws that would be in effect are different than they are today. And so at that time, the commission, under the Expanded Gaming Act, would have and has the authority to allow that racing licensee to conduct simulcasting if this commission so chose. So what we have said in our application, which again is not intended to compete with Plainridge Racecourse, but is intended to be there if Plainridge Racecourse should close. And if that happens, we would be prepared to conduct a full racing schedule with full simulcasting as we proposed in our application. And we believe the commission has the legal ability to allow us to do that, especially given the law as it will exist on October 1st.
That's under the former licensee provision?
Both under the former licensee provisions and under the Expanded Gaming
Oh,
Act.
but I mean, under the former licensee provision of the Expanded Gaming Act.
That's correct.
All right, I hear you.
Yes. There's also precedent that we mentioned, and this is just bootstrapping ways to give the commission whatever flexibility it chose to use. Of course, Wonderland has relocated to Suffolk Downs. And so today, Wonderland is conducting simulcasting from Suffolk Downs. And if for some reason that was the methodology that the commission chose or would wish to see to have simulcasting in Brockton, we of course could do the same thing. One of the existing Greyhound licensees could transfer over during the horse meet at Brockton Fairgrounds and simulcast. So I only bring those out as to demonstrate that there are many different ways that the commission can choose to bring a full racing and simulcast schedule to Brockton. We're prepared to do whatever the commission wishes, whether it's to award us 1 day or the 40 days that we've put in our application. What is vitally important is that the license be issued to us so that we have a standing place, a place from which to conduct harness racing should Plainridge close.
I just want to correct my attorney on one issue. It's not October, it's August 1st that we're going to start. And I'd like to just say this. One of the reasons that we didn't put in for more dates was that, honestly, I figured it would be sooner or later we'll hear one way or the other, and I didn't want to make a commitment to the horsemen and to the commission that we'd be ready to race at a time before, because we reconstruct the track. We plan to spend between $5 and $6 million to do the place over so that it will be something that the commission would be proud of. And I know in my own mind I couldn't fulfill a commitment to start any earlier than that, because you never can tell about the winter weather and the conditions and putting a new track in and doing what we want to do and have the place started off the way it should be and not half finished and half finished later. So that's one of the reasons why we limited our application to 40 days, that we felt we could really run and fulfill our obligations without misleading anybody. And thank you for your time.
Commissioners, the only thing that I would add is that we have submitted additional information that's not before you. We wanted to thank Director Durnberg because she's been exceedingly accommodating, and patient, and cordial as we submit things, so you all could consider it. So thank you very much, and thank you, Director.
And we do, and some of those materials that are in receipt may actually alter our recommendations. But what I'd like to do at this point, or if you had additional questions of the applicant, go ahead before I make my recommendations.
Anybody else?
So what I'd like to do is outline a couple of provisions that we found in the statute. This is certainly an unprecedented time in Massachusetts parimutuel history. And that's reflected in our application process. So we've looked through the law, we found a couple of things, a couple of options for you, and I will summarize them and make a recommendation. I don't feel right at this moment, sitting before you, that I have sufficient information to provide a recommendation regarding grant or dismissal of the entire application, but that's okay. Some of the information missing could be cured immediately, and some of it has. Some of it could be potentially cured as information regarding these contingencies and contractual arrangements become available. Most, if not all, of the information needed to complete our due diligence review should be received in the near, if not immediate future. So really the question there is, are we in an appropriately informed decision to make an absolute recommendation by November 15th? I recognize that this commission takes very seriously its commitment to the integrity of the application review process. I'm not interested in circumventing that for any reason. So if our due diligence review can't be completed by November 15th, we cannot and will not make a recommendation for approval on the entire application. We're also cognizant of the fact that the harness racing industry, and again, all of the agribusiness and local economy extensions that we talk about all the time, because they're very important, that's why we talk about them all the time, has a very serious interest in seeing harness racing continued in the Commonwealth. So I certainly would not want to put us in a position where a November dismissal of an application would preclude the commission from considering a later request once some of these certain events occurred, once the contingencies are known, if that would otherwise mean the absence of local harness racing. It makes no sense to us. So we note the following statutory provisions. One appears in Chapter 128A, Provision 2, and I will read it into the record. It says that a supplementary application by a licensee for a subsequent license in the calendar year for which a license had theretofore been issued to such licensee relating to the same premises as were specified in the previously issued license, and supplementary applications by a licensee for additional licenses under Section 4 may be filed with the Commission at any time prior to the expiration of said calendar year for which license had theretofore been issued to said licensee. And the Commission shall grant or dismiss such applications within 30 days of the date of filing. My read of this provision, and again, I don't act as an attorney for the racing division, but my read of this provision is that if the Commission were to award a racing license to Brockton Racing LLC for any number of days, that this provision would allow at any time in calendar year 2014 the applicant to come back to us with a supplementary application. And then we would have 30 days at that time to consider it. The second provision we found is in Chapter 128A, Section 3I. And that one says, notwithstanding foregoing provisions, the Racing Commission shall have the right to review and reconsider, without further notice or public hearing, any application made prior to October 1 for which racing dates have been requested for the following year, provided that the application has had a public hearing prior to November 15th, and provided further that any applicant who has been denied racing dates makes a written request for review and reconsideration within 90 days of receiving notice of the denial, and provided further that the Commission shall reconsider and review the request within 180 days of the denial. So my read of this provision would be that a timely filed and considered application, if denied, would allow the applicant to come back within 90 days of receiving notice of that denial for reconsideration, and then the Commission would have 180 days to reconsider and review that request. I'm going to discuss my feelings on those two provisions next. Under the first, as I mentioned, the Commission could potentially award a license, say, for 1 day of live racing to Brockton Racing LLC, provided the rest of the due diligence review was satisfactory to the Racing Division and to the Commission. We do still have an issue regarding simulcast wagering at this facility. But at this point, the award of 1 day would not run afoul of our read of the live racing requirements found in Chapter 128C. This award would keep the application alive throughout calendar year 2014, which would bring us past the point where the award of the Category 2 gaming license has been made. So that would either moot the application altogether, or because the event on which it was primarily conditioned failed to occur, or it would provide the applicant with the negotiating power it needs to enter into the types of contracts and agreements necessary to complete our review and to conduct live racing. We do have an unanswered question here. I don't know what obligations to the Commonwealth get triggered by the application of that 1 day. So in other words, if a 1 day license is awarded but never fulfilled, I don't know what that means, but we will certainly continue to look at that. The second provision, 128A3I, under this one, the Commission could potentially deny the application. The applicant submits a written request for review and reconsideration within 90 days. That 90 days, again, puts us out past the anticipated award of the Category 2 gaming license, thus either mooting or invigorating the application as described above. But I don't like to use the word denial in relation to an application. Denial of an application before a racing commission, and I'm certain that before a gaming commission as well, takes on a heightened and potentially extended significance to an applicant and its affiliated entities. As an occupational licensee, if I apply to be a racing official in one jurisdiction for the rest of and I'm denied for the rest of my life, every time I apply for a license, I have to mark the denial. I may have to provide documentation as to the reasons for that denial. And to the extent that a denial is related to some material problem or some derogatory information related to the applicant or not, or related to the situation, I think that gets really hard to discern 10 or 20 years out from now. And so I hate to put the Commission in that position of issuing a denial. I hate to put the applicant in that position unnecessarily. If a denial were based on derogatory information, that would be one thing. If it were based on situational contingencies that are beyond folks' control, that's another situation. So if our understanding of these provisions is accurate, then the Racing Division would respectfully recommend following the first approach, and I would recommend going with the award of a 1 day license. We can allow the contingencies and the conditions that the application have been, the contingencies that the application have been conditioned upon to occur. The applicant at that point, should they be awarded a Category 2 gaming license, should Plain Ridge Racecourse cease live racing operations, they can come back to the Commission at that time for consideration of a supplemental application. And there may be some amendments at that point, some adjustments to their business plan, perhaps the schedule based on the anticipated opening date of a gaming facility. I think there's a lot of unknowns that would become known later on, but would still permit the applicant to come back to us with a plan and be able to conduct live racing in calendar year 2014. This solution, I think, seems to us to best protect the interests of all of the parties and the industry stakeholders under what we see as pretty unique circumstances. Again, yes, we are always in a situation where we never know what's going to happen, and things do happen and all of that, but I think that the circumstances surrounding this year's application process are unlike any that have ever been seen before in the Commonwealth.
Indeed. Do you see any other better way? Do you have another idea about how to?
I think it would work fine, Mr. Chairman. I've been involved with the Racing Commission for about 50 years, and I've seen this put into effect before when there was, you deny, in other words, you grant one date, and then I think is the best way and the only way to keep that application alive.
Okay. What's the practical significance of giving one rather than 40?
I believe, Director, you explained to us that the due diligence is just not complete because of the timeliness of this, and you needed additional time to study these matters and complete the due diligence? Is that why you're recommending? That appeared to be what I read from that memo.
So maybe two different questions, or maybe I've created confusion. So to the chairman's question, I think it has to do with the obligations that attach to that license. I'm not sure, and again, I'm way out on a limb here because I'm not an attorney for the Racing Division, but it would seem to me that to the extent that any obligations to the Commonwealth attach with the award of that license, they would be attached related to the number of days. I may be wrong, but it would seem to me that awarding one versus awarding 40, I don't know. I guess I don't know the answer.
Under these circumstances, the award of one is simply a placeholder, right? I mean, that's the effect of all of this.
Thanks for the word,
We
yes.
simply are awarding one day and saying, let's let all these contingencies play out and come on back and give us an application that deals with the facts as they really exist, rather than the facts and contingencies as they may exist. So that would really help us just preserve the right to deal with this concretely when the time comes.
Thank you, Commissioner, for a perfect, succinct summary.
that's
And then that
right.
also addresses Commissioner
Yeah.
Cameron's issue, which is, there are still some pieces of the due diligence review that before we made an award for the entire application on its face right now with the 40 days, there are still some things, and I may not have those by the end of next week. Again, those are things that are not necessarily in the applicant's control.
Okay. So you made your recommendation, I
I
guess,
did.
right? So we will take that under advisement.
Thank you for your time,
Very
sir.
much.
Thank you. Yep.
Mr. Chair, would it be possible to take a 10-minute break before items 3C and 3D,
Yes.
or do you want, okay.
No, we will take a brief recess and come back in 5 or 10 minutes. I'm going to reconvene our meeting if people can take their places. We're going to suspend the racing division, the last topic in the racing division. My apologies to Suffolk Downs, but we have some tight scheduling for the workforce supplier and diversity development report from Director Griffin. Where is Jill? Just
right
Jill.
here.
Right here. All right. But you're on this side. And we're going to go with Mr. Lang first. Okay, so why don't you lead
Okay.
off?
Good morning, Chairman Crosby and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I think it's still morning, right?
Yep.
It is.
So, as you know, the Commission has talked about the importance of high-quality jobs, jobs that individuals can support a family on. And the legislature also talks about this issue as important. So we've invited Brian Lang, who's president of Unite Here Local 26, the hospitality union, and he's prepared to offer some suggestions to the commission.
Thank you, Jill.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you, commissioners. I'm going to limit my remarks to a section of the application that I think is key to the area of economic development, keeping in mind that the impetus behind the legislation was exactly that, to spur economic development. And within that section, I would like to address job creation, which we believe is one of the two sources that successful gaming operations in Massachusetts will provide economic development. So looking at section 3.2, which is entitled Employees, approximately 70% of the jobs will be service-based jobs. And when we say service-based jobs, we mean cooking, cleaning, and serving, essentially, those categories. Unite Here, our union, has a lot of experience representing gaming workers and hospitality workers in these jobs, over 250,000 workers throughout North America. In the greater Boston area, we represent about 6,500 workers who are in the category of service jobs as jobs that are going to be created. I mention this because our experience in the hospitality industry, we think, can provide a window into what it will take to create good jobs in gaming facilities in Massachusetts. In analyzing the applicants, it's very important, we believe, that the Commission seek extremely detailed and verifiable information about wages and benefits. An applicant can only do that by providing what they currently are paying and what benefits they're offering to employees. The future is unverifiable. So it's nice to know what an applicant is saying about the future, but it may or may not be true. Therefore, I propose that the Commission ask for the following information for all existing facilities that applicants operate. And it's my understanding that every applicant does operate slot parlors or destination resort casinos in other parts of the country. I think it would really shed light on what to expect in future operations in Massachusetts if we look at what operators are currently providing. And this is the level of detail that I would suggest, that operators list, for each of their facilities, list all of the job categories, job classifications, such as not housekeeping department, but room attendant, house person, public areas attendant, or if there are other names that those jobs go by, to be that specific. And to say how many employees in each classification. Of those employees, how many employees are averaging 30 hours or more a week, as opposed to the vague term part-time, full-time. And the reason I suggest pegging it at 30 hours a week is that starting next year, it's going to be the law that it's an employer mandate to provide health benefits at 30 hours. I think that's very relevant when we're thinking about benefits. Also, rates of pay for each classification, not an average for the aggregate, but for each classification. What health and dental benefits are offered, including premium share, deductibles, and copays. Health benefits can sound really good when they're talked about in vague terms, but if you've got a $6,000 deductible before your insurance kicks in and you're making under $40,000 a year, that's like having no health insurance. What kind of vacation benefits are offered? Are there holidays offered? Are there sick days offered? Is there a retirement plan? What kind of retirement plan? Is it a defined benefit pension plan? Is it a 401k plan? The Commission should not rely on area averages as an expectation for what to expect for wages and benefits in Massachusetts. The reason I say this is the fact is that most service jobs are poverty-level jobs. If we look at hotel jobs in Massachusetts, if we look at restaurant jobs in Massachusetts, if we look at cleaning jobs in Massachusetts, most of those jobs are poverty-level jobs. So let's not sugarcoat it. That's the reality of what we exist in. And so to say, well, this is an area standard, we want the standard to be above poverty level.
Are you using poverty level as the literal federal standard, or what are you referring to when you say poverty level?
I'm using a little artistic license here.
Okay.
But I believe that if there was, and I know there's analysis out there, that a high percentage of those jobs are poverty level. And I'm going to give some examples in the hotel industry here in Boston.
I mean, you're suggesting that we ask the applicants to be specific and not use vague language, and it would be helpful for us if you did the same thing, if we knew what you were really talking about specifically.
Good point. Good point. And I'll get to some of that.
Okay.
One standard that I think the Commission should be looking at as a standard that has been, that exists, is the standard that's set in the unionized hotels in the Boston area. These are good jobs and service jobs that will be a good standard to use. And let me give you some examples. And I can give you a whole wage chart, but I'm not going to bore you with it right now. A housekeeper in a unionized hotel in Boston makes about $18 an hour. A tipped worker, meaning a bell person or a door person or a waiter, makes $9 an hour plus tips. The state minimum is $2.63. Banquet servers
What, the $2.63 is what?
for a waiter. That's the
I
minimum.
see, for a tip job.
For a tip job.
Okay,
In a unionized hotel, it's $9.
okay.
Banquet servers have a guaranteed 15% gratuity, and let me just tell you the relevance of that. When you have a banquet function in a facility like this, or in a hotel, or wherever, you'll notice that there's always some kind of a fee attached to it. In this state, it has to say administrative fee if management is going to keep the whole thing. It's usually 20% or more. And if they call it a service charge, because of the way the law is established in this state, it all has to go to the employee. And if you've been following the papers over the last handful of years, you may have noticed settlements in the millions of dollars where employers have not followed the law.
Like my Harvard club.
Like your Harvard Club, which I'm well familiar with, being that we represent the workers in the Harvard Club. In a unionized facility, management has to at least have 15% that goes to the banquet servers. That allows for some very good jobs. The benefits in a unionized hotel are like this. The weekly premium for all of the benefits that I'm going to list are $4 a week for single, $8 a week for single plus one, and $12 a week for family. That's the premium share. For that, the employee gets health insurance with no copays and no deductibles, a dental plan that has all of the checkups and fillings and extractions with no copay and limited copays for things beyond that. Legal services from a downtown law firm, free. A housing program that provides a $10,000 grant for first-time home buyers at the time of closing, which is just enough to allow folks in our industry to be able to own their own homes. A defined benefit pension plan that provides a pension that lasts as long as you live. A 401k plan that people can use to supplement their pension further. 6 sick days a year, 8 holidays a year, and vacations ranging from 1 to 6 weeks a year, depending on years of service. In addition to all of that, there's an employer-funded education and training program that is free for our members and their families, that provides 6 levels of English, GED preparation, citizenship classes, has a computer lab, has training for professional server training, has a built-out hotel room to train room cleaners or housekeepers, and is a genuine collaboration between the industry and the union, because every program that is established there is established through consultation with the employers to make sure that what's being provided is what's needed for the industry and allows the industry to be that much better and provides for an industry in Boston that will be one that makes people want to come back to Boston, at the same time allowing people who live in the communities of Boston to progress in their lives, and whether it means learning English, go into higher education, becoming computer literate, or just staying in the industry and getting a better paying job. On the other hand, non-union hotels, I'll give you one stark example for housekeepers. They average between $12 and $15 an hour, with healthcare costs so high that many people are forced onto state-subsidized programs. And I'd like to draw your attention to an article that was in the Boston Globe back in April of 2012 that it's called "All is Not Fair in Boston Hotels." And it highlights the lives of two hotel workers who happen to both come from Cape Verde, both live in Dorchester, and worked in hotels blocks apart. Geraldina Texera cleaned rooms for $12.64 an hour, was on state-funded health insurance, and was living in what I personally would consider poverty. Constantina Cruz started off as a housekeeper as well, went through the training program, became a professional server, is making $80,000 a year today, owns her own home, has 2 daughters that she's putting through college. There's a happy ending to this particular story. We've organized Geraldina's hotel, and she's now making $18 an hour and has all the benefits that I described earlier. But that stark contrast is what we're faced with in a thriving industry, and what I believe we'll be faced with if workers in the gaming facilities cannot choose unionization through a labor harmony agreement, which I will get to later. In sum, for this section, I would like to reiterate that I think it is prudent for the Commission to require verifiable data when it comes to wages and benefits, which can only happen if applicants are required to provide data in their existing facilities, and to consider the wage and benefit standard of the unionized hotels in Boston as a strong indicator of what is feasible and what constitutes a good job in this industry, in the service sector. I'll pause there if you have any questions, otherwise I'll go on.
Is this would fall under your evaluation criteria, right, Commissioner? Yeah, and are there, we have questions that, I guess we don't specifically elicit that, but we could, right?
Well, one of the things that we have done is we've, I know we're going to talk about this a little bit later, we have gone back with a more detailed spreadsheet and reissued that to our current slots parlor applicants, asking for a more, I think, to Brian's point, more detailed breakdown of the salary levels, the positions, the breakdown between full-time, part-time, you know, what the benefits include. That was information that might have been found around parts of the application, but it was helpful to have it synthesized in one spreadsheet.
And we can definitely do that now more proactively on the casino applications,
Right.
which I think we will do, yeah. Okay, great.
Okay. The next section of the application I would like to address is Section 3.5, experience with hiring unemployed and underemployed. I don't think that this section can adequately be explored without exploring the issue of queries. And I'm actually encouraged by some of the statements that have been made by commissioners on this subject. I think it's a very important subject and should get the attention that it deserves. And I'm actually quite confident that as a commission that you're going to come up with regulations on this that make sense. My concern really doesn't lie there. Where my concern lies is this, that no matter how progressive a set of regulations that the Commission comes up with, they will be meaningless if applicants do not hire people from our communities who have made restitution for their mistakes and are seeking to re-engage in society in a meaningful way. So I suggest the following, and I don't think that there's any way of legislating this, but I think it's worth looking at this, that the commission ask pointed questions when it comes to quarries, like, do you hire people with quarries in your other facilities? What is your company's experience with hiring people who have quarries? How many of your current employees have quarries? Please break this out by job classification. It will give us some indication. A company's willingness to work with our communities in Massachusetts on this issue. So that's the extent of my recommendation there, but I think it's very, very important.
What is your, this is a complicated issue. The other one that goes hand in hand with it is credit problems, and I think that's an easier one to solve. That's right. But there are quarries and there are quarries, first of all.
Right.
I mean, quarry is simply an acronym for criminal offender record information, so it means that somebody has a record. It doesn't tell us whether it's a record for a criminal traffic violation, of which there are some, or, or a felony. And then there is the civil liability stuff that can attach to a mishap when a person either has been hired who's got some offense in his or her background, or where the employer failed to check and would have discovered one if they find it. What's your approach, or suggested approach, for dealing with those kinds of complexities in terms of a regulatory scheme?
See, I don't have a suggestion there, and I don't pretend to have the knowledge or experience. I think that there are others that do, and I'm actually going to be encouraging them to come forward for recommendations there. And like I said, based on, I really am not trying to butter you up here, but based on what I've considered a thoughtful approach on the Commission's part, I'm fairly confident that you're going to come up with reasonable regulations. It's not where my concern is. My concern is much more, will the operators be willing to stretch themselves a little bit here and really reach into the communities to provide an opportunity for people who have made restitution and can be very good employees and re-engage in a meaningful way. And I think that if we're talking about genuine economic development, we cannot leave a group who have made mistakes out of the equation.
Yeah. But as Judge McHugh said, it's a question of how do we do that and where do we draw the lines?
That's right.
Unite here represents most of the hotels on the Strip in Vegas, right?
That's right.
So there must be standards in place there that those facilities use.
Yes, there is, and we've been passing some information on to Jill, and we're going to continue to do that.
Okay, because we've made it very clear to Jill that this is an area where we need some advice and counsel on intelligent ways to draw these lines, as well as intelligent ways to encourage our applicants and our licensees to act accordingly. So the more particulars you can give us about how to draw these lines would be helpful.
Yes,
okay.
We've begun to, and we're going to continue to. But with regard to the applicants, I do think that it would make a difference to ask them about what they have been willing to do. The next section is 3.8, workforce development. I know that the Commission has put a lot of thought into this, and with the community colleges, with actually the other organizations, including the one that runs our training center, and really pleased the focus that's going there. From our experience, workforce development takes a commitment on every level, and that means the workers themselves to step up and engage in training in a meaningful way. We think there's a role for the state, and we think that there's a role for the operators of the casinos. And I think that it would be very informative to gauge gauge the commitment of the applicants based on their experience in providing capital, their capital for workforce development. And to get at this, I propose the following questions. Do you have experience in collaborating in joint labor management training programs or other programs to do more than simply give on-the-job training, where you pay for the majority of the training costs? Underlined, where you pay for the majority of the training costs. Because let's face it, whatever companies get these licenses, they're going to make a lot of money. And that's fine, that's good. But part of workforce development and part of giving back to our community, part of our values and the values that have driven this legislation is to share in the wealth. And part of sharing in the wealth, and a very important part, is a commitment to putting capital into workforce development. And the second question is, if so, please describe what you have done, including the amount of investment that you have made and what results have come from that investment in your existing facilities. Again, let's not talk pie in the sky. Let's talk about what applicants have actually done. So that's it on that question. Any? Okay, so then this is the final section that I have comments on. Sections 310, organized labor contracts, and Section 311, labor harmony. I think of these sections working in conjunction with the first section, which is employees and the jobs that are being created. And that if weighted and implemented correctly, the review of applicants' answers to all those three sections are the key to providing uninterrupted economic development for Massachusetts, which is the key rationale behind the legislation. So to begin with, I want to talk about labor contracts. There's really two categories here. One is for the building, the construction end, and labor law allows for collective bargaining agreements before construction begins. And what I mean by collective bargaining agreement is an agreement setting forth wages, benefits, and working conditions. That's different in the construction industry than it is in the operations of the hotel, and I think it's an important distinction. So in the operations, the labor law prohibits pre-negotiating collective bargaining agreements before employees are hired and someone is certified that a majority want to join the union. So, in other words, the workers have to organize and be recognized as having a union before a contract can be negotiated. However, in that situation, the operation, it is legal for a union and an employer to enter into a contract known as an organizing or labor harmony agreement. generally, applicants are more resistant to entering into contracts for the operation than they are to reaching collective bargaining agreements for the construction. You may have noticed that yourself as you've been reviewing the applicants for the slots. There are a couple of reasons for this. Union construction work is temporary with a quantifiable cost that ends. The building gets built, it's like a date. You go out on a date, at the end of the night it's over. That's what the construction is like. For some reason, applicants tend to, they don't mind dating. But when we're talking about the operations, we're talking about something different. We're talking about a deeper commitment to the community.
Marriage.
A marriage, there you go. And for
were
some reason, some applicants are a little skittish about getting married to our communities, because that's what it is. And so, in union operations, there's really no end in sight. Once there's that relationship, generally it lasts as long as the facility exists, with regular opportunities to sit down and reevaluate the relationship. And there's a resistance to that. So the legislation talks about labor harmony agreements, and there are key elements to these labor harmony agreements if they're going to work. And I want to go through what those elements are. The first is that the union agrees that it will not strike or interfere in any way with the operations of the facility. The employer agrees that in the course of workers discussing whether or not to join the union, the employer will remain neutral and not run an anti-union campaign. The employer also agrees to provide lists of employees who works there, agrees to provide access to in non-work areas to talk to workers during non-work times, and that a card count to determine majority status is used instead of an NLRB litigation. There also are provisions in the agreement that there cannot be evasion of the agreement through subcontracting or selling assets, and that arbitration is the way that all disputes are resolved, instead of litigation or strikes and boycotts, and that goes including for the term of the first collective bargaining agreement. It's been our experience that when organizing happens under these conditions, a rational relationship between the parties is much more likely to be attained more quickly. It's been our experience in the gaming industry, it's been our experience in the hotel industry, and in the food service industry. Employers that are skittish about having a relationship and are skittish about labor harmony use various strategies to avoid it. One is to just straightforwardly refuse to enter into that type of an agreement. Another is to accept having an agreement, but only without one or some of the key elements that I described. For instance, I've seen them in this industry without neutrality. Or employers enter into an agreement with a union that has very little experience in the industry. Is another way to avoid labor harmony. So, in this industry, there cannot be labor harmony for the service sector of the employees without having a labor harmony agreement with Unite Here. Now, that sounds very self-serving for me to say, I understand, but I will explain why. Unite Here is the only union with significant union membership in gaming, and the only union that has an industry-wide strategy to raise and maintain good quality job standards in gaming, in the service sector of gaming. We represent over 100,000 workers in this industry. In locations where gaming companies have refused to enter into labor harmony agreements with Unite Here and/or have employed avoidance strategies, there are ongoing disruptive labor disputes. As an example, the second handout that I provided you with is an article from this spring, Employees Protest at Rivers Casino. It's an example of where a gaming company promised good jobs in 2009. And to quote one of the workers who were organizing the union and who were out on the picket line that day, when the casino opened in 2009, they told us it was going to provide good jobs and be a good neighbor to the city of Pittsburgh, but they have not lived up to that promise. Further, on Tuesday, the Pittsburgh City Council passed a resolution in support of the proposed union. And then they quote a city councilor saying essentially the same thing. Just because another union organizes the workers, Unite Here still has the legal right to call for a boycott of the employer unless Unite Here has waived this right in a labor harmony agreement. Well, that may cost the state money, and we'd be sorry about that. Our union has a duty to maintain standards, not just for our members, but because we have a commitment to the community that we're in. The state has a proprietary interest, giving you every legal right to encourage applicants to reach labor harmony agreements with Unite Here. At gaming facilities where good jobs have been created, the workers are members of Unite Here. At facilities that are non-union or represented by other unions in our jurisdiction, the wage and benefit standards are low. And to end with, I would like to point you to the final handout, which was in the New York Times a couple of weeks ago. Ruling doubles paychecks for 1,375 employees at high-grossing Queens slot parlor. Janine Nixon looked as if she had hit the jackpot. Miss Nixon, a customer relations representative at Resorts World Casino in Queens, had just learned that she would be making $40,000 a year, up from $22,300. Resorts World, like most slot parlors and full-scale casinos, had long promised thousands of good jobs and millions of dollars in revenue for the state. It was particularly enticing assurance in the poor and working-class neighborhoods in southeastern Queens that surround Resorts World and the aging Aqueduct horse racing track next door. At the urging of the Hotel Trades Council of Unite Here, state officials required slot parlor operators to sign labor peace agreements that they hoped would ensure jobs with decent wages and working conditions. In the course of negotiating the first contract, the two sides reached an impasse. The dispute was put before an arbitrator, and the arbitrator ruled that the wages essentially be doubled. This will restore a path into the middle class for workers in that community that has been eroded over the last several years, given the broader changes in the city economy, said James A. Parrott, chief economist for the Fiscal Policy Institute. You can see a big drop-off in African American and Latinos working in city government. An example right down the road in New York, where the legislation provided for a labor harmony agreement, where our union stepped in, organized the workers, and workers are going to be making $40,000 instead of closer to $20,000. That's the conclusion of my remarks.
Thank you. It's very interesting stuff, and we appreciated your coming in, and it's, you know, you and I started to talk about this, and I thought it was important that the whole commission get the insights, and I think we agree that the legislation was all about jobs, and there are jobs and there are jobs, and I think we share your interest in having them be as good as possible, never mind in complying with the intent of the law. Whether, you know, if there's a battle between unions over who should organize a shop or not, I'm not sure we want to get into that one. But you know, what you've had to say is really helpful. I appreciate it. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just maybe clarify a couple of things. Is it possible or realistic that an applicant before us will come with more than one labor harmony agreement executed with more than one union?
Yes.
Is that's practical and workable?
It's possible, but just to Chairman Crosby's remarks, I'm not suggesting that the commission get involved in any disputes between unions. I'm suggesting that there cannot be labor harmony if an applicant does not have labor harmony with Unite Here. And let me expand on that a little bit. If an auto plant was to be built on the old site of the GM plant in Framingham, I don't even know if it's still that site is available, it would not be conceivable to people that the hotel workers, this is a poor example because we don't have any dispute with UAW, but I'm just trying to make another point. It would be inconceivable to people that the hotel workers reaching a labor harmony agreement would somehow create labor harmony at that facility, given that that's the industry of another union that has a commitment to representing those workers to raise the standard for those workers. Let me give you even a more far-fetched example. What if the carpenters union said, well, we have a labor harmony, or an electrical contractor said, well, we have a labor harmony agreement, not with the carpenters, with the insulators union. Would it be conceivable to the commission that somehow the electricians union would not be outside picketing and saying that's, not only is that unsafe, but we can't stand for that? So I'm not asking you to get involved in a dispute between unions. I'm asking you to look at the reality of what it's going to take to have real labor harmony. And if the union that represents gaming workers is not being spoken to by an applicant, or an applicant is refusing to enter into a labor harmony agreement with that union, which happens to be Unite Here, the reality is there will not be labor harmony. And it's that simple. And I think that the state has an interest in having labor harmony.
Isn't the obverse of that true as well? I mean, if there's another union that feels like they have a legitimate right to represent workers at these facilities, and there's a labor harmony agreement with Unite Here, that union might very well take to the streets and create a disruption.
I don't think you could point to an example of that happening any place in the country. But you can point to example, because if you don't have a commitment to the industry, if you don't have a strategy, and if you don't have many years of trying to figure out how to raise up the standard for workers in that industry, you're not going to put the resources into, okay, I didn't get that one. It's just an add-on. It's not part of an overall strategy.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and it's all been very interesting and very helpful and very informative. I'm reluctant to believe there's only one solution to a given problem. So I look forward to hearing more about this terribly important issue. This is a jobs bill. We have a statutory obligation to ensure that there's labor harmony. But I look forward to hearing from other points of view and other perspectives as we go forward. You've made a compelling case for Unite Here, and Unite Here obviously is a credible, forceful player in this area that's done a number of good things. But I'm looking forward to hearing, as I consider your remarks, the remarks of others, including the applicants, and perhaps from others who also have an interest in improving the lives of people who we want to get into and get into the good jobs that these casinos can promise, and that we've got a strong and demonstrated commitment to ensuring, as you noted at the outset. So I'm grateful for your remarks.
I appreciate that, and I also appreciate the opportunity to speak before you.
Brian, I had 2 points, and one is more a statement. You mentioned the Commonwealth's investment, or there should be an investment by the Commonwealth in terms of workforce development. I've beat this drum before, but if our applicants were any other industry, any other company coming into the Commonwealth with promises of anywhere of 300 to 600 jobs, we'd be doing backflips to offer assistance to help make that happen, especially with respect to workforce training dollars. What I have learned in gaining a growing understanding of is somewhat an interesting model with respect to this industry. There is another question talking about retention rates. And, you know, it appears that as an industry, it's a volatile retention period during the first 6 to 12 months. People decide that, and I'm sure this is probably true in a lot of other industries, but, you know, this ramp-up period, people decide, you know, a 24/7 operation isn't what I'm into, or I decided, you know, this job isn't for me, and there's probably a high turnover. How does that period of time potentially change the dynamics for some of the issues that you've addressed, from the labor harmony agreements to contracts and negotiating, et cetera? Or has it, based on your experience? Is it no different?
During the ramp-up period, I could speak intelligently about what I've seen happen in hotels. And given that they're the same type of jobs and it's 24/7 as well, I think it is applicable. That the highest period of turnover is the first year, even in situations where we've entered into labor harmony agreements, relative to once the hotel has been operating for a few years. That's true on the one hand. In the Boston area, because it's so widely known what the standard is in the unionized hotels, I think that the turnover is lower because there is this expectation, no matter what the starting rates are, that if there's a labor harmony agreement, there's going to be an opportunity to come up to the same standard with the rest of the city. So I think people have been willing to hang in there for that. Beyond the ramp-up period, the feedback we've gotten from the industry, and we're starting to actually quantify it by recording the data, is the retention rates are very good. And a couple of reasons for that. One is we're able to quantify it for folks that come through the training programs. And generally, those folks are folks that, well, no, I was going to say that are looking to move up within the industry. That's not always the case. Lots of times it's just getting better English language skills. The retention rates are very high, actually, in the unionized hotels, I think mainly because of the benefits and the pay. What the industry has told us is we've run a program to, not for the incumbent workforce, but to reach out into the communities in and around the downtown to train people into entry-level jobs as housekeepers. And the feedback we get from the industry there is that after running these programs for the last 3 years, retention rates are above 80%. And because of the quality of the training, not just in the hard skills, but also in the soft skills, attendance, industrial accident actually is down because of it's a part of the training component. And when we have our graduations, there are it's a 13-week program, and then there's a formal graduation. HR directors typically are lined up in the front row, ready to just try to buttonhole people because the quality of the employees who come out of those programs are so high.
Thank you.
Has Unite here entered into any labor harmony agreement at this point?
Yes. And you mean in the
With
in
our
gaming?
applicants? Yeah, with our applicants.
Yes.
That's good. I suspect not everybody, though.
Not everybody, no.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Jill and John, we've got a lot of people that have been spending a lot of their time waiting to present. Should we go ahead and try to squeeze in the rest of Jill's group and your presentations, and then we'll take a very late lunch break? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, folks who have had to wait. I'm sorry that this takes a while. But let's go ahead with your next presentation. Yeah.
Chairman Crosby, Commissioners, I'm pleased, oh, can you hear that? Chairman Crosby, Commissioners, I'm pleased to continue the conversation from the October 31st meeting regarding the importance of diversity in all aspects of gaming. And we have invited a newly formed coalition called the Massachusetts Gaming Diversity Coalition to address us today. The Massachusetts Gaming Diversity Coalition consists of the following 7 organizations: the Center for Women in Enterprise, the Greater New England Minority Supplier Development Council, the Minority Business Development Agency Boston Business Center, the Hispanic American Chamber of Commerce, the Mass Minority Contractors Association, the NAACP New England Area Conference, and the Urban League. The coalition is here today to present best practices in promoting and ensuring a diverse procurement strategy. Their goal today is to both guide the commission during the evaluation and selection process, and also to guide the applicants in the development of their supplier diversity plans. I'm going to turn comments over to Juan Cofield of the New England Area Conference NAACP, but also ask if everyone could introduce themselves.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Juan Cofield, and the organization that I represent is, which is the NAACP New England Area Conference, is one of the member organizations of the coalition. I'm president of the New England Area Conference of the NAACP.
Good afternoon. I'm Warren Bacon. I'm the director of the Minority Business Center that is part of the Minority Business Development Agency, which is an agency within the U.S. Commerce Department. And we focus on supplier diversity.
Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good afternoon. My name is Darnell Williams. Apologize about my voice. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Urban League of Eastern Massachusetts, one of the founding members of this coalition.
Good afternoon, Greg Janey, Vice President, Massachusetts Minority Contractors Association, also a member of the coalition.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Ann D. Kim, representing the Greater New England Minority Supplier Development Council.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll speak with my loud voice. I am Neil Osborne. I am the third Vice President for the New England Area Conference of the NAACP. I am also the branch president of the Mystic Valley branch of the NAACP.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nader Acevedo. I am the president of the Hispanic American Chamber of Commerce and also a member of the coalition. Thank you.
Great. Again, thank you for having us here and listening. The Massachusetts Gaming Diversity Coalition was organized to ensure a full measure of business opportunities for minority business enterprises and women business enterprises in the Massachusetts gaming industry. Its aim is to assist and support the Massachusetts Gaming Commission in the development of strategies to enlist imaginative programs from the casino licensee applicants, which will maximize utilization of MBEs and WBEs. Additionally, the coalition and its members will make themselves available to assist and support the successful applicants in planning and implementing programs designed to maximize the utilization of MBEs and WBEs. The Expanded Gaming Act of 2011 created a statutory framework to facilitate the meaningful participation of MBEs and WBEs in the pre-construction, design, construction, post-construction, and ongoing operation of gaming establishments, both casinos and the ancillary facilities within Massachusetts. The Gaming Commission has both an opportunity and a responsibility to give guidance to and express its expectations to licensed gaming establishments to fulfill the objectives of the framework. The Mass Gaming Diversity Coalition expresses its strong desire for a robust, extensive, and sustainable supplier diversity environment for all gaming applicants approved by the Mass Gaming Commission. This is an essential aspect of true economic development. The coalition asked the Gaming Commission to, 1, require licensed casino operators as a condition of their license to have clearly defined goals for meaningful participation of MBE and WBE firms throughout the casino's operations life cycle, planning, pre-construction activity, design, construction, post-construction, and ongoing operations of the casino and the ancillary facilities. Adopt an operational definition of MBE that incorporates certification by the Massachusetts Supplier Diversity Office or the Greater New England Minority Supplier Development Council, and to adopt operational definitions of WBEs that incorporate certification by the Massachusetts Supplier Diversity Office or the Women Business Enterprise National Council. Establish metrics by which performance of the licensed casino operators will be measured vis-a-vis a quarterly and an annual report issued to the Commission implement an internal infrastructure to ensure adequate compliance and rigorous enforcement activity, including the imposition of penalties where MBE, WBE goals are not met. The coalition further asked the Gaming Commission, the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, require each licensed casino operator to, 1, establish a diversity procurement strategy which clearly defines goals for the participation of MBEs and WBEs, and with an objective of utilizing, 1, local, next, Massachusetts-based firms, and thirdly, regional MBE and WBE firms. Dedicate defined human and other resources to support the implementation of the operator's diversity procurement strategy and establish collaborative and strategic relationships with mass-based organizations that can help licensed operators achieve the goals and objectives of their diversity procurement strategy. Exhibit creativity in thinking through the implementation of their diversity procurement strategy and leverage their diversity procurement strategy to help MBE and WBE firms grow. The coalition will make itself available to the Commission to discuss the most productive manner to achieve these principles and to maximize access and opportunity for MBEs and WBEs. We thank you and look forward to the Massachusetts Gaming Commission to achieve these objectives with the coalition, which the coalition believes are in the best interest of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We are here to answer and respond to your questions and comments, and we may direct the questions to various members of the coalition.
Commissioners?
This I don't know if this is a question for you, Mr. Caulfield, but I'm intrigued by the notion of imposing penalties if certain goals are not met. And as you were saying this, I was thinking of this time milestone that we're going to come to. Our applicants are going to make representations, and the award of the license is going to be issued on certain conditions. But can you expound your thought process a little bit on this particular aspect?
Sure. Well, first, we think that each of the applicants ought to give real thought to developing a procurement strategy. And as they are competing with each other in making the application to you within their districts, we think they ought to be competing with each other, and you should look at their application as to who is providing the best diversity procurement strategy. Once they've presented themselves to you, you have to be in a position to judge first based on their experience, because each of them has had experience in the gaming industry. And then proactively judge their performance as they move forward. So if I've committed to do X, Y, and Z, and after 2 years or 1 year, you see that I'm not doing that and haven't even put into place programs to get me there, then you ought to penalize them. Because we think that you have made a decision for XYZ operator based on their presentation to you, and you expect for them to live up to that presentation. So we do strongly feel and ask that you put into place a criteria to judge them and to penalize them if they are not meeting the goals that they have set up and they've presented to you, which in part you have approved them based on their presentation.
If I might add to that, I think we see experience where organizations have come in and said, we will do X. They've won, and then they don't do X. So there is a very deep-seated concern that this not happen again.
I can understand and appreciate that concern, but is there a difference between penalties for failing to perform a range of undertakings of the type you just described and a penalty for failing to reach particular goals in and of itself? It's one thing, and I'm really looking for your insight and input on this. It's one thing to say our target is X percentage of the workforce have the following characteristics, and penalizing the entity for failing to reach that percentage. It's another thing, just to show where I'm coming from, it's another thing to penalize the failure to undertake good faith efforts that were promised to reach that goal, even if the goal isn't reached.
I think it's the best faith effort, and I think one way to kind of address that issue is to have the applicants work with the organizations that can help them do that. Right. We have a sense of who's out there who can do these things. Right. So, and it's a reasonable man conversation.
Right. Right.
And I'd say that ought to send a flag when they have not met their goals. You might look at them for further review, and if you determine that in fact they have not taken steps that will help them achieve the goals, then at that point the penalties ought to be imposed upon them.
Yeah, I hear you. Thank you.
No, it's first of all, I want to appreciate your participation here today. It's nice to see, as Jill has settled into this job, some newer faces and newer organizations that have stepped up and wanted to collaborate with us on this process. And certainly, as you look in page 2, you talk about, I certainly would group you with the bullet that talks about relationships with other Massachusetts-based organizations. We've reached out to a number of public entities, public agencies, again, to help vendors reach a capacity, reach a sustainability level that they're going to profit from vendor relationships with these applicants. And hopefully, I completely expect Jill is going to put you all in that category because that's going to be helpful to us. And I think Warren just got to the point I was going to make of before we reach a punitive level. I certainly ascribe to the fact that applicant lays out their goals. It's certainly of one factor in which a license award decision will be made. But if they've put that in as a way to say, this is another way we feel we can bolster our application, then certainly. But before we get to a punitive stage, the collaboration and involvement of the organizations represented here today, I think would be a huge benefit to make sure that we don't get to that relationship level. A question that came up for me is we've looked at not only the mention of MBEs and WBEs throughout the statute, but also a category of veteran-owned businesses. It's a newer phenomenon, obviously, since the recent conflicts overseas. But my question is there a role you might be able to help us play or help our applicants play in not only identifying businesses that, or what you see the population being of MBEs, WBEs, who also might happen to fall into a category of being a veteran-owned business as well? Because I think that's where we might see a struggle in terms of helping identify those VBEs, because the organizations, the process, the identification is just not as established as it is for the other two categories.
Well, I think we want to work with both the commission and the applicants as they have the need for us to help. And we have the mechanism for our outreach for things that could easily, I think, reach into that category also, even though that's not our primary focus, but we could certainly help out. Absolutely.
It would certainly help us fill a gap, because there is one.
Sure.
That's very helpful. I think as Warren has just stated, Commissioner Stebbins, that's something I think that we should be able to augment even though it might not be our primary core, but I believe there's room under the tent for us to approach that and also help the commission achieve its goals.
Great, thank you.
This is an interesting conversation, and I have a lot of experience with police departments and those who are doing a good job with diversity. And from my experience, it's really three things. It's a healthy culture for the organization. It is a good, robust recruiting strategy, and then it is the metrics. Where are you losing qualified folks along the way? And is there something you can do differently in your training and or whatever other piece of that process that you're losing really quality people that will enhance the organization. So I thank you for trying to help us with this issue.
Commissioner Cameron, if I may respond, I think the only other component that I would augment your intimation there is that it's our ability for outreach, that we can get to those individuals that's there, as well as we triage the folks, potentially training, et cetera. So I think that we will be value added in terms of what we're being proposing today.
Have you all met, has the consortium met with the applicants, started meeting with applicants?
Not as a group, not as a coalition.
But as individuals?
Individually,
Yes, yes, we're all very active.
Okay, good, because we've certainly made a statement. I mean, there's two sides of the equation, demand and supply. And so far, we've been speaking to the demand side, and we've made it pretty clear that this is a priority that is going to be very significant in our evaluation process. But there also needs to be help on the supply side, you know, and particularly when cultures are not inclusive, when cultures are not experienced in any kinds of diversity, whether it's employment or supplier relationships, you know, people's frames of reference people don't have, sometimes in good faith, don't have the tools to figure out where do you go to find, you know, this kind of opportunity. And making sure that you all are reaching out, that you're teeing up your suppliers, that you're trying to find out in advance what the demand's going to be. I mean, I think we're starting to get lists of what kinds of supply relationships are going to be necessary, what kind of goods and services are going to be bought, starting to match people up, making sure that the minority business and women-owned businesses are trained properly so they're up to the demanding standards of this industry, et cetera. You know, so it's going to take a lot of people putting a lot of effort into this to make it really stick. We will put the heat on the applicants for sure to not only make commitments but to honor commitments. But everybody's going to need help, you know, to make sure that the supply is there to fill that demand.
If I may, if there is flexibility for creativity and teaming opportunities, that's one of the things that is helpful. Certainly we understand the vendors out there, their capacity and their training effort to do the work. But what's helpful is the support of the awarding authority, obviously, and some flexibility in the language to allow for some of the teaming opportunities, not necessarily joint venture, if you will. But again, I want to be redundant, have that creativity and flexibility to put different firms together so that we can complete the task. So we all, I think, collectively and individually as organizations have experience and the knowledge base to put that effort together.
You know, Commissioner Stebbins, I want to respond a bit further to your question about outreach to veterans. One of the standing committees of the NAACP is the Veterans Affairs Committee, and the New England Area Conference recently added a chair, filled a chair for the Veterans Affairs Committee, and that Veterans Affairs Committee, and the chair is a part of a coalition that is working on increased job opportunities, being aware of the recent emphasis for employing veterans, both white and non-white. And so we think that we'll be able to reach out to them and include them quite easily.
That would be a big, you know, we found quickly that veterans businesses get recognized primarily two ways at the federal level. They either get recognized by the Veterans Affairs Department, but that's primarily for a business relationship with the Veteran Affairs Department, or through a program at Commerce where it's kind of a self-registering thing with really no substantial oversight as to the validity of the application being filed, and ultimately ends up with whoever a contract manager is to determine if that really is a veteran-owned business. We'd like to think we could zero in before here in the Commonwealth and maybe set a better standard.
Yeah, well, two things to your point. We're part of Commerce, so we can certainly, work that avenue. But our organizations also are pretty good at vetting the businesses we work with. So we want to make sure they know that they are who they say they are.
Right.
Well, I just want to mention that there's obviously power in the numbers, so it's encouraging that you have this coalition, and I encourage you to continue it, and maybe as a coalition you get a lot more interest and from our applicants and more successful quantifiable outcomes. I did want to mention, perhaps at a later point, you all could provide us with some specific goals in terms of the goals that you mentioned, some specific recommendations. Obviously, they have to be attainable in order to be meaningful. We'll deal with the accountability piece, etc. And whether those may vary by license or by region. There's the Western Mass and Eastern Mass has some idiosyncrasies relative to some of the supplier based differences, and if that's something that we ought to take into consideration, we'll really like to hear from you at some point.
We'll look forward to getting back to you with more specific outline of issues.
We have some drawn up that we will be sending you for further discussion, just to be helpful.
In addition to that, in terms of an applicant's diversity procurement strategy, getting your thoughts and welcome your thoughts on terms of, beyond recruitment, beyond setting attainable levels of participation, are there other steps that wouldn't necessarily just address MBEs and WB participation, but just general business practices that you would expect out of an applicant to make a newer small business potentially able to compete and manage a relationship, because this is certainly could provide some great business opportunities, business-changing opportunities for
some of our member
vendors.
Organizations do that 24/7.
Good.
Yeah, one more thing, I apologize, just to add, the description of what we're going to call that best faith effort is going to be key in trying to determine whether somebody's in default or not. So we would obviously like to participate in assisting with that language, if you will, and establishing the criteria, whatever it is, before a contender gets to be in that default category. So I just wanted to add that before we closed.
I just want to second what it was said before by some of the speakers. We work together for many years, all the agencies that we are here. We have great experience in working with the small businesses, and we are a very diverse group. We are looking forward to work with the Commission to try to implement some of our ideas and goals.
Absolutely. So, for instance, we know that financing is going to be a key to help some of these small businesses. So we're already doing outreach to sources of financing to help with that. So we're thinking ahead to be of assistance.
Great. One last just observation. The surest way to assure a diverse workforce and a diverse supplier base is to have a diverse ownership and/or leadership group. And we've put that as one of our criteria. From the parade of people we've seen in here over the course of the last few months, there isn't much in the way of diversity in the ownership and leadership, which means ipso facto there's going to be less sensitivity, less cultural awareness, less experience, knowledge, commitment. So in your consultations with the companies, if you can encourage them to have somebody in their structure who understands, why these issues matter and can help facilitate their accomplishing these objectives, you know, that would go a long way towards addressing what I think is clearly going to be a big problem, because these are going to be, by at least all outward appearances, you know, these are not organizations that we've been seeing that have much in the way, of diversity and probably sensitivity and cultural ability to accomplish these objectives.
I think that's why we think the supplier diversity plan is very important. And when we get to specific recommendations, there's things that can help address that. As an example, you know, do you give a diverse supplier a one-year contract, or do you give them a long-term contract? Things like that, that kind of bake it into the process.
Good.
I wanted to thank you for that. What's been important is that the owner's team reflects what it expects from their subordinate, if you will. And so I appreciate that comment. We have been in discussions with some of the owners or some of the applicants, if you will, to encourage that. Because it's very difficult when you sit on an owner's team that doesn't reflect what it is that you're expecting of your service provider. I'm just being an echo chamber, if you will, but I wanted to thank you for that comment. And it starts at the top, respectfully, which is why we're presenting to you for the support, so that we can then go to the applicants and have it flow downhill, if you will. So I wanted to thank you for that.
I mean, the most amazing example of this, and it's obvious, but still we need examples, you know, when there'd never been an African-American chief of staff to a governor in the history of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and I dare say that most people would have said, you know, there's just not anybody out there who could do that job. Then we get Governor Patrick, he has 2 African-American chiefs of staff, you know, I mean, it's just, it's got to start from the top to be really effective.
We couldn't agree more.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your words of encouragement.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, John. Wherever Director Dernberger went, don't lose hope.
We will have you
But we
back.
will, we're going to do, thank you, gentlemen. We're going to do. And lady, yep, sorry, thank you. Which item are we doing, John? 5A, right?
5A, yep.
Okay. We're going to skip to the Ombudsman Report, Item 1, Category 1, Applicants Surrounding Community Update, and Category 2, Applicants, no, I guess we'll do only 1. We'll only do A at this point. Then we'll
Only do A.
Take a lunch break, and then come
Yep.
back to Jennifer.
Yeah, I think she might want to try to get one thing in on her lunch if we can go expeditiously.
Okay.
To be expeditious. I'll dispense with the introductions. All of the applicants have been told that we've asked them to come in and give us their surrounding community status updates, very much like the Category 2 updates that happened a couple of weeks ago. We've asked them to give us presentations probably no longer than 15 minutes. If it can be shorter, that's great, but expect questions from the commission. For the order of presentations, what we are thinking is that we will start with Region B with MGM Springfield. Then we will go to Region A, Crossroads, Sterling, Suffolk, and Wynn, Mass. By way of background, after the last commission meeting, we asked all of the Category 1 applicants to come in and make a presentation today, and all of them have agreed to that request. We did receive a note last night that Mohegan Sun has said that they would not participate in today's process in respect to the voters as part of the recount that is underway in Palmer. But all the remainder of those applicants that were invited last week are here today. So can I please be joined by the representatives from MGM Springfield? And then I'll let them introduce themselves, and we'll take it from there. Sit over here with Tim. I'll grab this one.
who's
Okay,
ever leading
all
off
right.
here.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Crosby, and thank you, Commissioners, for having us here today. As you know, MGM is looking to develop a Category 1 resort casino in the city of Springfield. We have been actively working with the Commission and with our host community, Springfield, as well as our neighbors in the surrounding communities. So we appreciate the opportunity to be here today to update you on our progress and our efforts to partner with these surrounding communities. We would also like to applaud the Commission for your thoughtful and successful approach in building on and implementing the framework that the legislature laid out relative to surrounding communities and host communities. And we would also like to thank John Ziemba for all of his assistance and guidance throughout this, most importantly, his patience throughout the entire process. So with that, I will introduce the team members who will tell you where we are relative to surrounding community discussions and how we got here. We have Michael Mathis, who is the Vice President for Global Gaming Development for MGM. We have Kevin DeAndre. He is our traffic consultant from Tech. We have Carol Brennan from Brown Rudnick, a colleague of mine. Ed Pakula, the City Solicitor of Springfield. We have Tim Brennan from the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission. And Chuck Irving, who's a development partner from Davenport Companies. With that, I'll turn it over to Mike.
Thank you, Commissioners. Very appreciative of the opportunity to speak with you. And I'm already a quick speaker, and I want to make sure that we get you to lunch. So I'll race through a lot of material. I'd like to make a comment at the outset. Someone earlier talked about the elephant in the room, and Tuesday night was certainly a very interesting night throughout the Commonwealth. And we want to acknowledge that the competitive landscape in Western Mass has certainly evolved and changed throughout this race. And we are not confused about what it is that we have to deliver for this commission, our proposal. The standards that we insist upon as a company, whether it's diversity or labor relations or sustainability, we believe we're leaders in those areas. And it's not the competition that will drive us, it's our corporate standards and what we think this opportunity deserves. So whether it's 5 operators or 1 operator, we plan on delivering, we hope to present at the end of the year, the opportunity to present a world-class proposal to you.
Thank you.
You've got a handout. I'm going to also move along with the slide show as well. Just to give a little context, I know we're going to have an opportunity to talk in detail about our project, but I do want to give a little context. This is our project in downtown Springfield, 15 acres of prime development in the heart of a great American downtown environment. This is a photo from the 1920s. It speaks to vibrancy in the city of Springfield, which once led innovation and a thriving middle class. In its prime, Springfield boasted 20,000 more residents than they currently have today. So when you talk about that environment and the ability to sustain what we hope will be a vibrant development and all the capacity that comes with it, we think this is an environment that's already primed for a renaissance, for redevelopment. We literally took inspiration from that 1920s photo in developing our project. This is that same view where we want to bring people back to the downtown area, public transportation, vibrancy on the sidewalks, street-level retail, street-level food and beverage offerings, world-class entertainment, green areas, public areas. We're showing a skating rink, for example, in the winter, but that's an outdoor plaza where we hope to bring people back to the downtown area, have people stay there. Right now, the general view is the downtown area closes down at 5 o'clock. When the commercial area leaves. This is an opportunity to bring people back down into this environment. Movies, bowling, something for the families, something as a regional draw as well. So we're very excited about this opportunity. This is my favorite shot of the project. This is our tower, and it's a great mixture of contemporary as well as some of the existing architecture. So we literally want to turn the lights back on downtown, and there's no finer example in the different shots of our project than this one, in our view. What we're here about today, surrounding community update. I think it's fair to say that this is a new process for us. We always viewed the Massachusetts statute as very progressive in terms of the things that it called out in the requirements. And I think the discussion about whether gaming is coming to this market was settled in the legislation. From our perspective, the legislature has determined that there is a net benefit from this industry coming into this market. And what we look to is to understand what exactly is our relationship with the surrounding communities and what is the standard by which we should be negotiating. You call it out in your regulations, and I think the standard is significant and adverse impact. That's what the surrounding communities need to demonstrate, and offset by that are all the wonderful positive impacts, whether it be job opportunities, economic development. We're talking about $800 million of investment in Western Mass, which is the largest private development, as we understand it, in Western Mass history. So as we evaluate these standards and in our conversations, we believe, and we'll talk about our approach towards the end, that there is a requirement to show upfront significant and adverse impact. Let me just talk a little bit about the project site, again, for context. Our project site is in the green area. This is literally the touchdown point for the 2011 tornado. So in our view, it took a site that was frankly marginally hanging on with a few buildings that were still occupied, and through no loss of life, made 15 acres of prime downtown environment available, a site available for this development. There's a lot of great things happening in this area, things that we would normally build ourselves. Six Flags nearby in terms of family experience, Basketball Hall of Fame, as you know, which has been struggling in terms of its projections. Mass Mutual Center, which is a world-class regional convention center, and two great venues, Symphony Hall and City Stage. So a lot of the things that we would normally look to are already in this environment. We view the casino resort as the engine that'll bring activity back down there and bring visitation back to these great amenities. This is our project site, and we're starting to hone in on the surrounding community conversation. There are 7 abutting communities, and you will see those highlighted, as well as Holyoke. We view Holyoke, although not an abutter, as an important community. It has many of the same demographics, as you know, has many of the same issues that Springfield is experiencing. So we've had very robust conversations with Holyoke, and want to congratulate Mayor Morris for his reelection. We've had great meetings with the mayor and have had productive conversations about workforce development. And I want to extend that congratulations to all the new elected officials that we'll be meeting with, current and electeds. I want to talk about the perception of adjacency, which I think can be misleading. If you look at our site, we are closer in a lot of ways to Connecticut than we are to some of our abutters. If you go 1, 3, 5 miles out, the physical impact on, for example, to the east of Ludlow and at Wilbraham is remarkably less, I think, than if you look to the west and to the south. In a lot of ways, and City Councilor Pakula can speak to this, we view Springfield and many of the wards within Springfield as a surrounding community almost. And in our discussions and in our outreach during that host community campaign, we treated a lot of those wards as really separate constituencies. And I think this map sort of speaks to that. Notwithstanding, we've reached out to all of our abutters, and we view them as neighbors, and we know politically, emotionally, they view themselves as surrounding communities. So we've engaged in those conversations, notwithstanding some of the geography that plays out. I want to talk about our outreach effort. I'm really proud, and this team up here is just a portion of the group that's really focused on and reaching out to our surrounding communities. Really going before our very successful July referendum, we've been reaching out to our surrounding communities. And here's a bit of a timeline that walks through that. Back in February of 13 of this year, we started our MIPA process, and I think we're one of the first communities to do that, one of the first applicants in any of the regions to do that, where we sent out a notice that talked about the different impacts, potential impacts of our project, and started a dialogue with all the surrounding communities. And through that, we got some feedback about different things that the surrounding communities wanted us to study. A lot of it focuses on traffic, as you know. Then shortly after our election, we held one-on-one meetings with our seven abutting communities the week of August 5th. And they acknowledged that this was the first outreach of any kind by any of the applicants at that time. Again, very productive meetings. We walked through all the different issues that they would like to see us study, the things that we planned on studying, and that dialogue's been ongoing. At this point, I'd like to turn the discussion over to Chuck Irving and Tim Brennan from the PVPC, who have been really active in that dialogue.
Hi, I'm Chuck Irving. I'm with Davenport Properties out of Boston. We're MGM's development partner. And we lead the local, on-the-ground discussions with communities about traffic impacts and other things. As Mike said, we began in February. And it's important to note that all the communities have been just fantastic. Everybody has invited us into their house. Everybody's been active in participating and communicating. But as Mike said, this is a new process to us. And so the biggest help we've gotten in the process has been the PVPC, because we needed a validator for the process, and we needed somebody to step in and candidly sometimes ask the questions that we all didn't know to ask. So with that said, I'd like to turn it over to Tim, who's orchestrating that process. Maybe you can tell them what we've done and where we're at.
Good afternoon. Last time I was here was in March. We took up this possibility of using planning commissions. I was here with several of my colleagues, so now I'm sort of here to talk to you about on the ground what we're doing. As already has been explained, MGM came to us in August, indicated to us that this was a process they were interested in. We quickly moved on to convening the communities that they had done the round robin with back in the summer. At that meeting, we also, through the consultant team, share with them information. As was pointed out, certainly the key question that always rises to the top is the traffic and transportation issues. There are other issues, but that's certainly number one. I don't think there's any dispute about that. After that initial meeting, we asked the municipalities to, because this is a voluntary process, to decide whether or not they wanted to participate collaboratively together. 7 out of the 8 said yes. And MGM made a slight deviation in the way we envisioned this, and actually I think it's a good deviation in the sense they said to us, if traffic and transportation are number one, we'd like you to go out and engage a consultant firm that will peer review our work. So we had to fast track a procurement once we knew we had 7 municipalities on board. We've done that, and Friday we put a firm by the name of Greenman Pedersen under contract, which will be working with us and the 7 municipalities. We've also had a query from another municipality that was on the map barely, who'd like to participate, and I've referred them to talk to Mike Mathis and the MGM team about that. So we're off and running. The obvious constraint is that time. We have to pack a lot of work and conversations in, so next week we're convening the communities again with both of the consultant teams on board. And I feel that this process at this point in time is taking hold, and I'm hopeful we can work with our municipalities, who are my customer, to get to a point where everyone is comfortable.
Our company has done 5 or 6 large developments in Western Mass, and I can tell you that this has been one of the best processes we've been involved in. Last 2 weeks ago, we held a community meeting in which we invited all the communities to come into a room and start the conversation. In that meeting, Kevin Dandrade outlined our initial traffic study, and we asked them to come back to us with comments to expand the scope, because as we all know, the numbers don't always tell you what you need to ask about. We all have intersections in our town that are a problem, and you don't see it in our report. So we're trying to provoke that dialogue, and then next Thursday evening, all the communities come back again, and we start getting very specific about where that scope will be expanded. The major thing we're trying to do, and I think Tim and I are both in agreement on this, is complete the study in a time frame that allows us to get to agreements by the end of the year, and we think we can do that.
So, I'm going to take the control of the program again.
Let me
One-
just,
I actually.
a couple questions, yeah, go ahead.
Well, is this a study that you reference as the peer review study, or is there a separate one?
We're basically using the information that the developer and her team is bringing forward, but we have now a consultant on our team that's going to review that and help us to tell us, you know, this is on the mark, this isn't, this is a gap, and to bring that level of comfort and assurance to the municipalities that they feel like their issues are being addressed.
And when is that timeline? I don't know if you mentioned it. When is that study expected to be completed, or that review?
It's not really a study as I see it. This is sort of an evolving process as we go along. Each of these meetings, each of the iterations of data that are bringing forth is on the table. We don't think we have the luxury of waiting to an endpoint sometime months in the future. We're sort of trying to work it as we go along. There will be a summary report at the end, but by that time, I would hope that a lot of the issues would have been addressed.
What is, sorry?
Yeah, which is the 8th community that is not participating? I'm curious.
sorry?
Which is the 8th community that is not?
Town of Hamden, I was in earlier this week, and the select board at that point brought forward that they were interested in participating. They particularly had some.
The one that is not.
The one that's not.
West Springfield.
West Springfield.
Right.
Okay.
So
And
Tim
what's-
and I
have they
spoke-
pet-
I'm sorry, go
what's-
ahead.
And what's happening with them? Have they petitioned, I assume, they petitioned us to be a surrounding community? And
They went to Tim, which I think is the right way to do it, and Tim then came to Mike Mathis, and we have said, let's have them at the meeting next week, and let's get them involved in the discussion. So I think that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, and I think to be honest about this, we went, as we normally would, to the chief elected official and asked he or she whether or not they wanted to sign on. In that case, they said no. But I can also tell you from firsthand experience, I have multiple other local officials that want to participate. So that's the situation we're in, trying to walk this tightrope.
Okay. And have all, so what's the status of the surrounding community agreement? I mean, are they, are the 7, presumably you all have agreed that they are surrounding communities, and West Springfield has petitioned us? Is that where it stands?
Mr. Chairman, I'm a former attorney, so I do have to have a reservation in this conversation. I've been using surrounding community throughout this deck pretty loosely.
Yeah.
Per the regs, there's certain ways you become a surrounding
yeah.
community. So we're not at this point prepared to designate any other communities as a surrounding community. I think there certainly will be at the end of the day, and we hope we get there by mutual agreement, which is one of the ways you become a surrounding community.
Right,
So.
okay. So they've all petitioned us, though, I guess, to keep their options open.
Deadline is December 31st.
So they have not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Category 2.
Sorry, I'm.
Category 1.
Sorry. All right. Take that all back. Sorry. All right, go ahead.
I want to touch very quickly on traffic, and at the outset, I'll say, we make no apologies for traffic. I think our job is to create traffic, and I think a successful project will create traffic. In our conversations with the local community, particularly in Springfield, 1968, when the federal government closed down the National Armory, that community lost 6,000 jobs. Now, certainly, there were 6,000 less cars out on the roads, but that is not a good thing. So we plan on, through our 3,000 employees, at least bringing half of those numbers back and half of the cars back. So at the outset, you can fall into the trap of trying to downplay traffic, but traffic's an indicator of success, and we plan on being successful. I'm going to hand this over to our guru, our traffic guru, Kevin Dandrade.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Kevin Dandrade. I'm a professional engineer and I'm a transportation specialist. What I can hope to demonstrate to you today is that the MGM site is superior in its characteristics to be able to accommodate and distribute traffic. We have a very unique situation and opportunity here in the city of Springfield to be able to look at a use that is compatible and consistent with surrounding uses, and to be able to accommodate traffic outside of the traditional peak hours for an urban downtown. If you look at the graph in front of you, this is called a histogram. It shows the variability of traffic over the course of a day. This is on East Columbus Avenue, accessing downtown. The blue line represents the spike of traffic in the morning peak hour as traffic's coming in. And you can see that consistent drop-off of traffic as the day continues. The green represents the MGM traffic, very low during the morning peak hour, and it continues to rise, but no acute spike at any one point. And as the urban traffic that's traditionally leaving the city at the end of the day, we're infusing additional traffic and excitement within the downtown. And it's where they cross, say, 6, 7 p.m., where traffic has already come well off of its peak characteristics and able to accommodate it. We are surrounded by significant infrastructure. When you consider the fact that the roads and the highways are built to accommodate that peak morning rush hour coming in and the peak evening rush hour leaving a city, we have vast infrastructure around us that has great reserve capacity that we can utilize for the project. When we look at some of the distribution characteristics of traffic to and from the site, we've separated them out painstakingly in various categories: the casino patron and hotel guest traffic, the retail traffic, the office, the residential, and then all the employees that are expected to come to the facility. They all have their own different distribution models because there are varying characteristics that go along with each of those. And although the casino patron traffic is expected to be 80% from the highway, when you blend all the different uses, you see some of those figures there. This figure represents some of the different access points that come into downtown. We have the luxury of having half a dozen different highway interchanges within approximately 1 mile of the site. It's important for accessing downtown today, but what it provides is for opportunities to distribute traffic. We have dozens of arterial and collector roadways at the local level and 4 different bridges that can go across the Connecticut River to be able to distribute any impact at a point where it starts to distribute and diffuse any acute needs. You can see that crossing the Memorial Bridge, we have expected 3% of our total traffic. The other 2 bridges with state and local roadways are 4 or 5% crossing those bridges. That's the percentage of our traffic. When you look at how this is distributed and how it impacts the existing streets, we're talking about a scale that's changing existing traffic patterns by 1% to 3% on most of these roadways that surround this urban community. Now, this is important because when we look at the ability to characterize our traffic impacts, it no longer becomes this Goliath traffic generator that everybody should be worried about. It starts to get diffused down to a level that people can understand when it's distributed out to the boundaries of our adjacent communities. When we look across the river on the north side, as Route 20 crosses over to the North End Bridge, the amount of trips that we're generating and distributing over there is roughly 1/10 of what is already generated by a retail shopping center just north of there. When we look at trips that are going across the South End Bridge over to routes 5 and 57, we're talking about the number of trips both in and out that is comparable to something like a CVS pharmacy or a fast food restaurant. When we look out towards Route 83 in East Longmeadow, it's something of a caliber where we're talking about the trips that either originate in East Longmeadow or travel through East Longmeadow being equivalent to roughly 1/5 of the Stop and Shop that already exists at the city-town line. And when you look at our complex in its entirety, if it was transformed into a retail shopping center that you see all over the place, we're talking about something that's a scale of roughly 315,000 square foot shopping center. There are some examples that are shown here, ones that Chuck or I have been familiar with, that are much larger than what we're talking about as a traffic generator, and yet it doesn't have the same level of surrounding community impact. What hopefully this does is to point towards a process that is knowing that there are sensitivities, but it is thorough and we're making it accurate. We have recently received endorsement of our trip rates from Mass DOT. We've worked in a very collaborative and informational way with Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, the Transit Authority, and many other agencies and communities to make sure that this is responsibly prepared and accurately prepared. So we look forward to that dialogue over the next several weeks as we look forward to meeting with each and every community.
As Kevin and Chuck have told me, there's a reason that Springfield is called the crossroads of New England, because of all this great access where we're able to diffuse what is otherwise a tremendous amount of traffic onto a lot of arteries. If I can, I'm going to talk about general impacts. I want to identify some mitigating factors that are perhaps unique to our proposal, but I think they're very common among some of the proposals that you've seen. And a lot of this speaks to we're going to recruit our employees locally. So there is no incremental impact from our perspective. There have been other markets. I think Connecticut is a good example, and there are others that can speak to Connecticut better than I can. But there's major development in otherwise rural and low population area. So I think there's a lot more infrastructure, whether it be physical infrastructure or employees and labor, new incremental labor and employees to that market, and that caused an incremental bump. There is so much density of population, particularly unemployment, that it would be a crime not to draw your employees from the immediate area, and that is our plan. So a third of our employees we've committed to in our host community agreement with Solicitor Pakula. A third of those will be Springfield residents. 90% of our employees will be from the region. We only expect to bring in 10% from outside the market, and that's to build up some expertise in high service, high level, skill level casino jobs. So no significant influx of employees from outside of the market. We also have a couple of knobs that we can turn to help mitigate impact. Off-site employee parking, for example, is an option that we'll maintain so that we can get employees out of the downtown area if there happens to be a lot of activity. And the same thing with casino shift hours. Because we're a 24/7 operation, casinos are known for having odd employee hours, but it's because we can take employees out of what otherwise is the rush hour period. So these are some of the things that we can monitor and adjust. I just want to talk about the positive impacts of the project and really of any casino resort that hopefully you approve as a mitigator. 3,200 permanent on-site jobs. We believe 2,000 indirect jobs. Over 120 million of annual payroll in the Springfield and the surrounding area. We've committed, again, contractually in the host community agreement with Springfield that we will target to spend $50 million annually in the region, locally and in the region. That's about 50% of our overall spend. We are inducing out-of-state tourism. A big point of the statute was to repatriate those revenue dollars that have been exported to Connecticut, for example. So we're targeting a third of our customers from Connecticut as part of our plan. And then lastly is what I showed you earlier, is supportive regional attractions. There are so many great attractions in our immediate area, whether it be the Basketball Hall of Fame, Mass Mutual Center, Six Flags, which we just recently announced a cross-marketing deal on, and Symphony Hall and City Stage. We're going to support, not compete with, existing amenities in the market. So we get down to what we're calling the MGM Springfield proposal, which is really, I think, the point of this hearing. And we won't take credit for this proposal. I want to credit really when I was here last hearing, when the slot operators presented, particularly Penn National Gaming and Parks, they talked about this concept of a look back. And it's something that we've been thinking about as well. I think a lot of the statute and the regs talk about reference known direct impacts, actual known direct impacts. I would suggest to be able to negotiate an agreement that has those kinds of numbers 3 to 4 years before you open, those are internally inconsistent concepts. And what we heard loud and clear from the communities, surrounding communities, and very candidly, they came to us and said, we don't have our hands out for a payment. What we want to make sure of 2 things. One is we don't want to cut a worse deal than the guy next door. And that's why people are a little gun-shy about being the first one. And we totally sympathize with that situation. And we also don't want to be in a situation a year after opening where we got the number wrong. So given that, we want to have a dialogue about the right way to evaluate this. And we think the look-back approach is the right way. Here are the elements of the look-back approach. And we've documented this in a letter. We've provided Ombudsman Ziemba with those letters that we sent to the surrounding communities about a week ago. And I'm happy to say that even some of our bigger detractors all acknowledge that this is a pretty good model to consider. Recognize that projections are just that. They're projections. We won't get them exactly right. We have a lot of experience in this area, but we won't get them exactly right. recognize that surrounding community impact payments shouldn't be a windfall to the community, and they shouldn't put the communities at substantial risk in terms of identifying the dollars and the different resources. We want to take this time now to expend resources on establishing the baseline. What is the condition of these communities before a casino comes? Whether it be traffic, employment, whether it be chamber activity, because that's the positive activity. We hope to drive new chamber business. We hope to drive new vendors and suppliers and innovation. So let's identify the baseline now and go back and look at it afterwards. You know, the work should be done by an independent body. We recognize that there needs to be some independence to it, and we're open to a dialogue about who that should be, if there's enough support for the concept. And also, we want to provide surrounding communities with funding now to participate in this process, because we know that whether it's this process or during the evaluation period, they're going to have professionals that are comfortable with this look back and what the baseline is. We're also prepared to establish minimum payments for surrounding communities to give them some comfort that they will be able to evaluate the impacts themselves. So some resources now. And then most importantly, we want to conduct extensive reviews post-opening. I think Massachusetts has the opportunity to be one of the leaders in the industry in taking this case study of introduction of gaming into this market and what is the impact. We believe strongly, having been in this business, that it will be a net positive impact. I know that's what the statute believes in the legislature, but we like to document it, and we like Massachusetts to be a leading resource in the industry in that area. That's our presentation. I want to close with a couple of comments about why the look-back approach is one that I think has a lot of benefits. I know there's a lot of pressure on schedule in terms of this process. And one of the benefits, I think, of the look-back approach is we can take this time now, in terms of process, to do the work, to do it honestly through an independent body. We don't have to come up with figures that either make sense or don't make sense, that are politically driven. We've also had a bit of a changing of the guard in a lot of these surrounding communities, and I think one of the issues we've run into is who are you negotiating with? There's a lot of internal politics that we're not privy to, and now that there's new mayors coming on board, we want to continue the relationship with the existing mayors who have a term through the end of the year, but also give the incoming leadership the opportunity to have a role in this look-back approach. So I think for a lot of the reasons that I just articulated, the look-back approach makes a lot of sense. It's not punitive. It's meant to be fair, and it's meant to be actual and data-driven. And with that said, last comment on timing is, to the extent that there's a consideration of extending these deadlines, as someone that's on the ground trying to hold our development, our proposal together, we're coming under a lot of pressure, whether it be land option extension payments. You know, we're at the position now where we have landowners who are trying to leverage the fact that we have a proposal and that we're committed, and an extension means a further payment, and frankly, they're being punitive. You know, the other thing to consider is our neighboring states. New York just passed expanded gaming, as you know. There's going to be incoming competition in upstate New York, and that's a market that we plan to go after. We like to be first to market. Our experience is first to market, you create a database and you're more competitive. So I would really encourage the commission to try to keep to these timelines, because I think overall it will benefit the Commonwealth and certainly benefit a project like ours. Thank you very much. I'm sure that was in 15 minutes, but.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It sounds like, Tim, you were sort of net hopeful, if not optimistic, that in the time frame you can get this done.
Yeah, again, time is what it is, and we've been clear with the municipalities that that's the amount of time, but I think the advantage of working together and also having resources that are at a peer level with the proponent will make a difference.
Yeah. Okay.
That's great. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to ask the representatives from Crossroads to come down, and I'll give my extra special apology to them, because I didn't even think that I gave my woefully inadequate estimate of 10:30 to them, like you said at the beginning of the day. So
I actually think you said 9:30.
yeah, sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
John will buy you lunch.
That's fine. We don't want any appearances. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Robert Allen. I'm here representing Crossroads in Foxwoods, Mass. To my right is Jennifer Gilbert from my office, and Alan Kronberg, who is the general manager on the ground in Milford. You'll be very happy to know that my engineering team had a MEPA process on site today. So while they were here with me earlier, they have since left. So I think staying within my 15 minutes is going to be pretty easy now because the detail folks, unless you want me to put my hat of lawyer and engineer on, which I could probably try. But as long as we can pull this up here, Jennifer, to my right here, has been working with the Mass Area Planning Council and the surrounding communities to identify concerns and discuss the impacts of the Foxwoods proposal. And she can answer any questions today about the process. Just so you understand, we're the applicant for the, as you know, Category 1. We're the ones flying under the radar in Region A. And in a way, we're kind of unique in Region A because we probably the only applicant that doesn't have a body of water next to us as a surrounding community. So we're actually dealing with a lot of smaller towns around us. And Alan also attended along with Sean Reardon of Tetra Tech and his team. In July of this year, Foxwoods provided significant funding to the Commission in order to utilize the expert services of a regional planning agency process and to facilitate discussions with surrounding communities to focus attention on specific community concerns based on extensive analysis and data that the Foxwoods team provided to Milford, as well as request the RPA provide guidance and expertise in the area of community concerns. And I do want to thank Mr. Ziemba, who was really critical, played a great part in allowing us to work with this regional approach, because it was important for these communities to buy into this approach before we entered into it. And Mr. Ziemba was very critical in getting that, and I thank him for that. It's also important to note that one of the unique things that we had to go through that I haven't seen from some other applicants, and perhaps it's because in this region and in other regions, most of it is city. We're dealing with a town with 3 selectmen and town meeting, and eventually we have to go before town meeting and convince 2/3 of town meeting to go for a zoning amendment. So what we were requested to do by the town and what we welcomed was a very significant internal process that was actually attended by many people from outside the community. But a lot of the mitigation, a lot of the things that you've requested in Phase 2, we had to do up front before the host community felt that they should get into a host community. So all the mitigation factors, a lot of our efforts went into this several-month process with the town. So it was vetted by the community itself, by the selectmen, and by the decision makers in the town. So as a result, I think we have a much better proposal, and as a result, we were able to enter into host community agreement. Both the Metro Area Planning Council and the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission signed a contract with you to provide a broad scope of services for the surrounding community process. And we're pleased to be participating in what we hope will be a step in the right direction to narrowing the focus. As far as the surrounding towns, in order to make the RPA process useful in determining the affected communities, to help us determine what the affected communities were, we decided to invite an expansive group of people, 15 towns around the region, and basically, through the RPA process, identified these. I provided you with a handout, the first page being the map showing the 15 communities that were notified, as you see up on the screen there. The meetings were held in Bellingham, Hopedale. We had the original meeting in Milford. Not all the towns attended, and of the 15 towns notified, Foxwoods has now officially sent letters designating 6 as surrounding communities. As you will note on the map, the 6 communities that we have designated are Hopedale, Upton, Bellingham, Hopkinton, Holliston, and Medway. Now, our project is about 187 acres, of which we're only going to develop on about 20% of it. We're talking about a low-rise New England-style resort casino. It is in the eastern portion of Milford, right next to 495 on the Hopkinton-Hopedale line. Of the 6 communities we identified, 3 assented to the designation: Hopedale, Upton, and Bellingham. 3 others, Hopkinton, Holliston, and Medway, have not responded, and from what we understand, are waiting to engage in a discussion until after our referendum, which is on November 19th. In addition to the 6 that we have designated. There were several communities that have requested designation. Mr. Chairman, I believe they just requested it through us. I'm not sure that a letter was sent to you, but those communities are Northbridge, Franklin, Millis, and Mendon. We do not believe at this time that they qualify. However, the RPA report has not been finalized, and we may reconsider that position depending on what that says. And I'll get into the timing of that a little bit more. So we have not made any final determinations. We know that, that 6 were designated, and we know that 4 feel that they should be designated. It's our understanding that the RPAs have notified the communities about the statutory mitigation funds available should they not be designated in that process. We've also had discussions with Town Council for Hopedale, Upton, and Bellingham, and we'll be meeting with them after our referendum vote on the 19th. We're confident that the concerns of these communities can be addressed, and we hope to have those 3 agreements finalized and submitted as part of our Phase 2 application. The other 3, again, we'll start discussions after the referendum, but we don't anticipate that those 3 will be easy to negotiate, as you can imagine. The RPAs organized the process a little bit. The RPAs organized several meetings. These meetings were about 3 hours each, held in the surrounding communities. The meetings were well attended by local officials of many, but not all, of the invited towns. Selectmen, town administrator, police, fire, DPW, planning officials, and other municipal employees, and also many residents attended. At the meeting on August 12th, a detailed presentation of traffic, water, sewer, and other infrastructures was made by our engineering team. The second meeting was in Hopedale. Our consultants from our gaming market advisors came from Colorado to present social, economic, fiscal, and public safety impacts. At the third meeting, our architect and our engineers talked about environmental, developmental impacts, nuisances, open space, site design, and zoning and land use issues. The MAPC staff also made presentations and had their consultants. There were questions and answer session at each meeting, and at the conclusion of each meeting, dozens of questions were sent to us. We worked diligently responding to extensive questions. I think hundreds of questions were given to us after each process, and we're happy to report we're able to answer each one and get it back to MAPC. The RPAs have engaged several consultants to develop independent labor marketing and housing analysis, which have yet to be completed. These studies were funded through monies provided through Foxwoods. On or about Wednesday, November 13th, we believe the MAPC should release its draft report and recommendation. Coincidentally, we're here before you for our suitability hearing on that same day. MAPC will hold a presentation of the results and recommendations of the RPA study on Wednesday, December 4th, and then release the report the end of that day. So we believe after we get that report, we'll be able to look at the other areas that feel they should be designated, as well as hopefully finalize with at least 3 out of the 6. As far as the specific concerns, I won't go into it in great detail, but pages 2 through 6 in my report provide you with the main issue, which is really traffic, as you heard from the last presenter. Where cars are coming from, the expected traffic distribution, how patrons will access the site, our new highway access plan, peak travel times, an increase on the local roads of the 15 communities. One thing I want to summarize of those maps is we feel that given our location on the property abutting I-495 and Route 16, that we have a real unique opportunity to construct a new interchange that will provide access to and from the highway via Route 16, a connection which currently does not exist. The work required for the new interchange includes construction of a new connecting roadway from Route 16 to a proposed highway ramp from I-495. This roadway will be constructed on property currently controlled by us, which is expected to be transferred in fee to the Commonwealth at the conclusion of the construction. We would turn that over to MassDOT at that point. Our resort will have its access directly from a new connecting road off 495 without touching any local roads. The traffic analysis estimates approximately 95.5% of the patrons will arrive and depart from 495, drastically reducing potential traffic impacts on surrounding communities. The remaining 4.5% of traffic will be distributed equally on Route 16 to access populations in the nearby communities to the east and west of the site, not likely to use the highway system because of their close proximity. Estimated traffic increases on local roads represent approximately 1 to 2% of current traffic volume and will create only minor impacts to intersection functions and at locations with mostly under the jurisdiction of MassDOT, as opposed to the communities in which they are located. The new interchange will require significant inside widening of 495 to provide the additional lanes needed to consolidate 3 interchanges into one connector road. All of the anticipated work will be accomplished within the state layout and within the town of Milford. The new interchange has been discussed at several meetings with representatives of MassDOT and the Federal Highway Administration, which has informed the current design, which they're well aware of the current design. The cost, design, permitting, and construction is estimated at over $100 million and will be borne entirely by the applicant. Although a tremendous project expense, it will eliminate several years typically required to navigate the public funding process for such a major infrastructure improvement. A lot of the concerns we had from the local residents is we hear highway projects all the time. They start at one point and they don't end for 15 years. A lot of that has to do with the funding mechanism. We will be providing 100% of this funding, and we believe we can do it, and our conversations with Federal Highway and MassDOT have confirmed with us our feeling that we can get this done in an expedited time period. It'll also result in safer highway functioning system by eliminating an existing substandard interchange between exit 19 and 20, which currently does not meet federal highway standards. One of the unintended consequences that we got out of this, and a real benefit for us, is when we were meeting with Federal Highway, we found out that the current exit 19 and 20 on 495 are actually too close to each other. There's a certain distance that has to be. And if we were able, as part of our process, to improve that and make it meet the standards, it would certainly look on more favorable. We were able to do that, and we believe that that's going to be favorable to us moving forward. In addition to the traffic, mutual aid has been an issue raised by several communities, of course. However, we can assure communities that the host community agreement requires Foxwoods to provide additional police and fire personnel as well as equipment. This will result in the casino being in its own police sector. The casino also will have its own security and holding rooms. If communities are still concerned about mutual aid, we can consider a provision in any agreement that would cover the cost to the surrounding community if they had to respond to a call at the casino. We don't believe that will happen, but what you've heard before about the look-back window, one of the things that we've talked about, we have in the host community, and something that we will be discussing with surrounding communities, is this reopener clause or a wait-and-see clause. The X factor of not knowing what's going to happen, I think, can be taken away if there's a reopener or some kind of wait-and-see clause that allows us to go back and look. If, in fact, this hypothetical look isn't what we really think it's going to be. And I think there's a lot of that. We're all making projections here, and I've sat in a ton of these consultant meetings, and a lot of real people have a lot of real concerns, and I don't think we can sit there and say 100% sure that this isn't going to happen. So I really believe that this reopener and wait and see is a good way to calm the angst of some of the people. It certainly worked in our host community agreement, and I believe it's a tool that will work well with the surrounding communities. Again, many of the impacts are unknown and based on the speculation, so we think it's a fair way of handling it. This also keeps communication open between us and the surrounding community should other issues arise. There are so many areas where the casino can contribute to the health and prosperity of these communities that we are committed to for a long period of time. Just some additional measures taken by Foxwoods to date. In addition to the regional process, we've signed a MOU with Casino Careers Training Institute. The Training Institute is connected to the area community colleges and will work collaboratively with Foxwoods to provide career training to local residents in order to get the skilled labor we need. Also, to acknowledge and reduce the impact on live entertainment venues, we're in discussions with the Mass Performing Arts Coalition, a nonprofit representing various Massachusetts live entertainment venues, and we hope to sign an MOU with them shortly. With all that said, it's important to consider some of the positive impacts because all of these discussions revolve around negative impacts. Obviously, we feel there's a lot of positive impacts coming this, and you're all well aware of them. The largest being job opportunities, we believe many of which, 90-odd% will be given to local people who are currently living in that community. That should help alleviate some of the concern about traffic. And again, one of those areas where we need to wait and see and come back and look at. Increase in revenue for local businesses and vendors, infrastructure improvements, in particular, and very unique to this proposal, we are going to preserve a very large portion of open space on a site that is ripe for development in Milford. This is 87 acres that could be developed into something fairly significant, and we're talking about a significant development, but only on 20% of the property, and we're still talking mid to low-rise development here. So I know it's something that a majority of the Board of Selectmen approved and are excited about, and we believe after the 19th, it'll show that the majority of the residents in the town of Milford will be excited. So we're very proud of our proposal. We look forward to coming seeing you next week to talk about suitability. We'll give you some pretty pictures of what the proposal looked like so you can get a concept. But staying within my 15 minutes, I'm here to answer any questions, or Jennifer or Alan.
Anybody?
I have one. Did the three of the 6 communities who did not accept the designation give you any reasons for not accepting the designation?
Jennifer Gilbert, yes, it's our understanding that they're waiting until after the referendum on the 19th before they contact us officially.
So that's the only reason. We're waiting to see if you survive.
Correct.
That's our understanding. Otherwise, there hasn't been much communication with those 3 communities. Although they did attend 2 of the meetings with the RPAs.
They did?
They communicate
Yes.
with us instead.
Yes.
Yes. Exactly.
All right.
Could you go back to the very first slide? I just have
Sure.
a quick question. Where on 495 is this? This A isn't the facility, that's Milford, right?
Well, actually, that's,
Is that where
no.
the site is?
No.
Where?
No, it's up in the corner there.
Right there, right in the corner. top
Yeah,
corner.
see, go up a little higher there. Yeah, right around there.
Right where that corner?
Correct.
Okay.
Close to Route 16.
Correct.
Oh, I see 16.
So on the other side of 495, it's a huge retail parking lot with a Lowe's and, what else is there, Alan? A Dick's Sporting Goods. So this would be right across, right across from a large retail commercial outlet.
Okay. Is that in Milford or is that in Holliston? That facility?
That facility is all in Milford.
In Milford?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the easternmost portion of Milford. There's
The retail facility, where is the retail?
That's still in Milford.
In Milford.
It's right off the exit there.
Okay.
So that would be where the connector road was.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Great, thank you.
Representatives from Sterling Suffolk.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Commissioners, again. Nice to see you here today. I'm Chip Tuttle, Chief Operating Officer of Suffolk Downs, Sterling Suffolk Racecourse. Joining me today is John Stefanini, who's one of our attorneys. I will stick to my 15 minutes. I have a less formal presentation, and this is meant more of as an update to you than anything else. As you know, we have been in various levels of discussion with neighboring communities for several years, going back to 2007 and 2008. We have spoken to the leadership in those communities, citizens in those communities, business leaders in those communities, human services providers, health and human services providers in those communities, law enforcement in those communities, transportation experts in those communities, about a wide range of factors regarding our proposed development. We've talked to them both about benefits and impacts, about access to jobs and job training, about local spending programs and with their businesses. And as other applicants have pointed out, a great deal of discussion about traffic and road and infrastructure improvements and those impacts. To date, we have recognized Chelsea and Winthrop, two as surrounding communities. They have accepted that designation, at least as far as in terms of our discussions with them. Those discussions have been ongoing for quite some time. Even before we became formal applicants. And those discussions continue. We have had detailed discussions with both those municipalities and are to the point of actually drafting agreements. We have also been requested by three municipalities. Everett, Lynn, and Malden have requested surrounding community status with Suffolk Downs. We have had discussions with the mayor of Lynn and her staff about potential impacts on Lynn. Similarly, we've had those discussions with the mayor of Malden and his staff. We have not had discussions with Everett since receiving that letter requesting that status by Everett. We've had discussions with Medford and Saugus as well, with two other communities, Medford and Saugus, about our potential impacts, whether or not those municipalities met standards of being impacted enough to be potentially designated surrounding communities. So that is the level of those discussions to date with the communities around our development. And I should also point out that we have, as other applicants have been, we have been through the MIPA process, a great deal of it. We filed our draft environmental impact report on September 3rd. 5 municipalities commented on that. Boston, Revere, Medford, Malden, and Somerville all made formal comments on our DEIR filing.
Anybody? Are there, we've had a lot of conversation with potential surrounding communities for the other 2 proposals that have come before us today, but I've heard very little about, are there any of them particularly antagonistic? Are there likely problem relationships?
We haven't had any that were particularly antagonistic. We've had very cordial discussions with all of them. We believe, we have no reason to believe those won't continue.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of our schedule, that's where the bump in the road comes.
Are there, I should ask this question, maybe the other 2 applicants as well. Traffic is obviously the most popular topic because it seems to impact everybody. They can kind of feel and see and touch that impact a little bit more. Are there issues related to underground infrastructure, water, sewer, that other communities have raised with you or that you yourself might see as an issue?
Those have been raised in host community discussions, but not in surrounding community or impacted community discussions.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we going to try to skip to, oh, sorry.
We're in Mass
Sorry.
LLC, please.
How could I forget? I saw how many pages your proposal was and decided, your report was and tried to forget it.
I know. There were days I try to forget it as well. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thanks for having us here. With me is Chris Gordon, who is the project manager for Win Everett. My name is Steve Taco. I'm president of ML Strategies, and I'm the senior advisor to Win Development on this project. And again, this is an interesting topic for me, having run Logan Airport for a number of years. Impacted communities issues are not uncommon to me, but this is a little bit uniquely different, it's challenging but doable. and I'll take you through a little bit of a roadmap of how we've approached it. We'll talk to Chris about some of the specific studies that we've embarked on and continuing. As you know, everyone's mentioned the exhaustive MEPA process, which gives everyone a chance to sort of know exactly what you're doing, and they weigh in on how they think that should be done, and that takes place through a very public process. Many of our surrounding or adjacent communities have attended those meetings or have commented, so Chris can get into that. We really looked at it as trying to really focus on actual impacts, and I think that's where the statute takes us. Unfortunately, I think most of that is on negative impacts and not positive, but I do think, and several people have mentioned it today, it's helpful if you go into a community that they are interested in the positive impacts as well as just the negative impacts, and some communities approach it that way and some others don't. I point particularly to Malden, who we have an agreement, and we will be executing next week a surrounding community agreement. And they came to the table very early on with a very open mind, wanted to be good neighbors, wanted to support Everett in their effort to revitalize themselves. And we had a whole series of meetings and studies and dialogue and came to an agreement which was, if it could be a model for everybody else, it would be well worth hearing from Malden how they approached it. Of course, we were lucky in Everett as our host. We had 87% of the people voted to support our project, which I think helps even in the surrounding community discussions because they have relationships and friends in those communities. So I think in the case of Malden in particular, they grabbed that neighborly approach and said, let's see if we can work this out and help you guys win. So they may be, I'm not sure, but they may be the first surrounding community agreement that's in place. I did want to talk a little bit about the outreach, which has been comprehensive, and the details of that outreach. And there's a in our binder in Schedule 5, we've listed every single meeting we've had with everybody in any of the communities, some adjacent and some not. We've reached out beyond just public officials. We've tried to reach out to community leaders, nonprofits, minority support groups that can work with us on training and otherwise. We've had vendor fairs, and we've had one in Cambridge on employee opportunities where the WIN team, the actual human resource team, came out and met with people to talk about the type of jobs, and here's how we need to prepare. Everybody needs to prepare to apply for them. We're going to create some 4,000 jobs. And that gets back a little bit to the economic value of this proposal. There are significant job opportunities that are going to flow in and through every adjacent community. Everett has a high unemployment rate, but they're really not that large. So we're going to draw heavily on Boston, and we're going to draw heavily on all our surrounding communities. And we've been running programs in those communities to make sure that people understand, number one, what do you need to get ready, and how can we help you get ready? Because in the case of WIN, they honestly believe their greatest strength is their workforce. So they're pushing us very hard to focus on that early on, and we've done that. So with that said, I'm going to turn this. We looked at these discussions, by the way, as an opportunity to create a real dialogue and a relationship that really needs to last long term. It was one of those thoughts that we entered when we decided whether we were going to go through the area planning approach or not. Most of our communities that we are talking with really didn't seem interested in all that. But more importantly, we thought it was important that we really get in and dig in and have, in some of these cases, we've had 10, 20, 30, 40 meetings. And in that process, I think you hear more than just about the agreement. You really get a sense of the community, the people in the community, the struggles they have, and I think you build bonds that long after this thing is built are going to pay a dividend for everybody, not just WIN, but for everybody around it. But Chris Gordon will take you through sort of some of the specifics, and I'll get back and talk about specific communities.
Good. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for having us. When we started thinking about the neighboring communities and Worcester surrounding communities and how to deal with that, we tried to put some logic to it because it could become horse trading or politics, and we wanted to try and figure out how can you actually approach the issue. So we started with just the geography, and this is in your binder, but obviously our site is in yellow here on the Mystic River in Everett. The towns around us are labeled, but Malden, Medford, Somerville, Charlestown, parts of Boston, of course, Chelsea, Revere. Those are the towns we really started to think about, towns and cities, as far as what the relationship was. We also, just to quantify it a bit, we started thinking about what are the actual linear feet of boundaries, how many major roads, how many minor roads, and started to think about where some of this would actually be impacted. You can see they run from things like Malden, that has over 2.5 miles of contiguous boundary with Everett, all the way down to a much smaller boundary in some of the other towns. Some that are very nearby, but we don't have a land boundary with, Medford and Somerville. We have some road connections with Medford, but there's actually no land that touches. So we try to think about this in a bit of a quantitative, technical approach. We also looked at roads. Just like all the other applicants have said today, traffic is a big issue for us. So we looked at how many major roads, how many minor roads, where they connect, and I'll talk in a minute more about our traffic, but we try to at least start here and think about what are our neighbors and how can we be a good neighbor. We then went to a little bit more of a detailed approach. If you think about real estate development, there's sort of 4 classic ways that you regulate it or think about impacts. Things like economic impact, infrastructure impact, environmental impact, and aesthetics are sort of the 4 pillars that most people around the world think about when they're trying to regulate real estate. The 2 big ones that jumped out at us were the economic and the environmental impact, because we think a casino like this would have those kind of impacts on the neighboring cities. For the economic impact, we've done 2 very comprehensive economic studies that are in your binder. One was on the impact on Everett, what it would do for jobs and taxes and that sort of thing, and the other were the surrounding towns around us, what impact it would have on them. The metrics they used were things like tax revenue, jobs, spending, what people spend in local businesses. We're pleased to say those are overwhelmingly positive. The tax revenues, the jobs, all the numbers we looked at from the economic studies, and again, they're in your binder, but they're very positive for the towns around us, cities around us, and also, of course, for Everett. So that was good. Not to take that for granted, but we were then able to move on to more of the environmental impacts. We're almost done with our draft EIR. As you know, we filed our ENF in March. That's our environmental notification form. We got significant comments back from many of the towns and cities around us, very helpful, very thoughtful. We had significant meetings with state agencies, people like the DOT, DCR, and on, got very constructive comments. So we're now in the process of answering all those in the EIR, which will be filed, we hope, in the next month. In that, you can see a list. I won't read it for you, but significant studies were underway right now, all the transportation, air quality, et cetera, to really think about what are the impacts of this project on the surrounding communities. The good news is most of those are very positive. I guess this is good news, but we have a very contaminated, very broken piece of land. So most of everything we're going to do has been viewed very positively. We're remediating the site. We're cleaning up parts of the river. We're doing a lot of stuff out there that needed to be done a long time ago. So most of this you'll see is quite positive. The one that, of course, is an issue always is traffic. And our friends at MGM used some good comments today about how traffic's not always a bad thing, but if you're trying to get home and you're not going to the casino, it can be a bad thing. So we're trying to figure out how do we deal with the traffic. Luckily, our traffic numbers we think are pretty good. Our capacity for transportation is very good. We're going to be adding water shuttle access. We have 3 rail stops within a mile. We have significant roadways around us, including Route 99 that services our site. Route 93 is very near, so we're very optimistic, but in any event, we're studying the heck out of that, and we're working with all the cities around us as well as Everett itself to figure out what we can do to fix that. We've got a very aggressive plan, including significant improvements to a lot of the roadways around us. Things like Sweetser Circle, Santilli Circle, Wellington Circle, Sullivan Square, Route 99, Revere Beach Parkway, Mystic Parkway. Those are all areas we're going to be improving, and you'll see that in our DEIR that we'll be making commitments of what we're going to do. We think that will go well. We've been communicating that information to the surrounding communities as we get it. So each time a portion of that study is done, we give it to the communities around us. And they've been receptive, they've been appreciative. Depending on which community they are and their impacts, they've been, different levels of support for that, but certainly I think have been appreciative of the information. And that'll continue. You'll hear from Steve in a minute of what that interaction has been, but it's been a significant amount of communication with those groups.
Chris, do you want to just quickly, I know you talked about the transportation, but we will be, in addition to our filings, we're going to be rolling out 2 comprehensive presentations over the next 30 days. One will be in a regional transportation improvement initiative that will include both the money we're going to spend, but also, as you well know, there are serious funds available in the Gaming Act that flow in and through the tax. That some of these issues that people are forced to face, like Wellington Circle as an example in Sullivan, those have been problems for 4 or 5 decades. No one developer is going to come in there and fix them. We can really get it started, but there is money available in the Gaming Act that really finally do major transportation fixes. And we've talked with all the surrounding communities about joining with us in a structured, strategic way to really, if we're lucky enough to get a license, to really go get that money and do some things that no one's has never tried to do. They're $150 million fixes. We'll have more to say about that later. The other thing we're going to be announcing is a pretty aggressive water transportation system in and around the harbor of Boston feeding our site. And we're working with the Boston Harbor Association. In fact, we're funding a study for them to sort of look at, there's a lot of desperate players in that water transportation world right now. But we're going to pull all of those factors together and come up with a system that is a system and not just several freelance taxis or shuttles. So we'll probably have that to roll out over the next 30 days as well, and we'll make sure you're all briefed on that. I'm going to quickly give you a status on some of the communities, and then we'd certainly be glad to answer questions. I mentioned Malden. I mean, there were several meetings. We're probably going to have a formal signing next week when the WIN team is in town. They really, as we did our analysis, it became clear to us that they were the most impacted. We share the longest border. There are many roads that cross. If anyone's going to cut around the bad traffic, they're going to cut through a lot of these roads in Malden. And I think that speaks to the issue of really getting to know the community, because they were right. And there are some crossroads that are very major that no one, including DOT, asked us to look at. We decided that you need to look at it because Malden thought they should be looked at. And we came up as part of our community agreement with them, ways to work along the whole border so that there's a transition in and out of Everett. Everett's getting a lot of money and we'll be improving a lot of things, but we didn't want where the rubber meets the road between Malden and Medford to see a distinctly different set of circumstances. So part of our agreement was to really take care of that and focus it in an aesthetic way as well as a traffic management way. So again, it's been a pleasure working with Malden. I think if we can get to the same place with many others. Boston, although we started off rocky, we had several meetings with them. They've been very productive. Chris has 2 or 3 more scheduled in the next 2 weeks. We have already reached out to the new mayor, and he has expressed a willingness to get briefed on the project, so we're going to set that up when he gets back from his vacation. And he certainly should be involved in some of these discussions. The real focus is Charlestown. And we've had a number of meetings in Charlestown, and Chris, you may want to, again, they're all included here, and I didn't want to bore you with them, but the Mothers of Charlestown is the most important group in Charlestown, and they're like 1,500 strong. It's pretty amazing. But we've been working on a pretty regular basis with them. Everybody talks about Sullivan Square. That's really it. I mean, and there's other things they care about, but that's 1 through 9, and then there might be a 10th. So we're really focused on that. We're working with the city transportation department on their proposed fix, and we're readjusting some of those numbers to take account of our project. So we've had actually very positive ongoing discussions with Boston, and I think they'll continue. Medford, we've been talking on a regular basis. We have a comprehensive project update meeting with them November 25th. The mayor really wanted to get by his reelection before he entered into any serious discussions. As part of his reelection, he was pretty hostile, but we understood it. He had to do what he had to do, but we kept good open communications. We know each other very well, and he said afterwards we'll sit and really start to talk, and that's what we're going to be doing. We had about 5 or 6 meetings, and we've met with some of the community groups there, but he really didn't want to move very fast until after he got by that. So I think we're going to be in good shape there. I think having Malden done, which gives us a framework, is going to be helpful now. We have a reopener in Malden, but quite frankly, we think Malden, being the most impacted next to us, we can use that as a model to really get into some serious discussions with the other communities. Somerville, we have not designated surrounding. There have been active ongoing discussions with the mayor, although he's been a pretty public opponent of the project. We still continue to meet with them and his team. And I think at some point we're going to work hard to get to resolution. Now, we're not sure they really have a direct impact other than positive impact with jobs, because we really don't share a border with them. And I think their biggest issue is going to be Sullivan Square, and we're going to be working on that with the city of Boston anyway. So we'll continue to work with Somerville. They may not be designated by us as surrounding, but we certainly think we can fix their big problem, or work towards fixing their big problem, which is traffic. The rest of it, you know, the funny part is you go in and you try to start the discussion with the positive impacts, but it doesn't last too long. So I think that's the case. In Chelsea, we had several communications and meetings. We have a big presentation with them on November 25th. They were reluctant to meet early on. They have a strong commitment to the Suffolk proposal, and we understood that. But recently we re-engaged, and we're starting to talk to Chelsea. They do share a border with us, and we're going to hopefully start to really focus on some of the impacts. There are some other ideas we have about Chelsea, because having run the airport, I know how many people cut through the back door at Chelsea to avoid the tolls on the bridge. So there are some things we've thought about with DOT, like an example, they're going to do an automatic tolling process on the bridge. Well, if they just do the same thing on 2 levels instead of 1, so they can catch the traffic going and coming, you really stop a lot of people jumping the bridge to ride through places like Chelsea. So we're trying to think outside the box about other things that can really improve the area that really isn't related to us. But if you help change things for the better anywhere, I think it's helpful. Revere is actually prohibited from talking to us in their host agreement. There was a prohibition about them dealing with us. The mayor was on record of saying he's not interested in discussions. If he gets interested in discussions, certainly we'll start discussions. But so that's sort of where we are on our adjacent communities. I think it's been a long process, becoming fruitful. Thrilled about Malden, and I think, you know, pretty far along the way. And I do think we have a real chance of working something out with the city of Boston as well. So thank you. We'll take any questions. I know it's been a long day.
Anybody?
Just real quickly, the same question I asked the last one. Any problems with infrastructure under the ground? Water, sewer, anything like that?
We've done an extensive study of that, and no. We're working with the MWRA, the city of Everett, and others, and yes, there's things we have to upgrade and fix, but it's all seems to be quite doable.
The deadline, ideal deadline for all of this to be wrapped up is December 31st. What's the prognosis?
I think we have Medford, we'll have Malden. I mean, we'll have Medford, we have Malden already. I think there's a good chance we can get to Boston. I'm not sure whether Somerville has that kind of impacts. We're going to work with Chelsea. I'll have a better sense of that probably in the next 2 weeks. So I think we'll have, 3 to 4 of them. Hopefully we have them all. Sometimes, depending upon how the next few weeks play out, people are becoming more willing to sit and talk.
You said that Revere, I'd forgotten this, but Revere is prohibited from talking with you.
Yeah, there was a restriction in their host agreement.
That's right. But does that mean they're also prohibited from asking to be a host, a surrounding community?
I don't know. They haven't asked us, and I don't know whether they've sent a letter to you, so I don't know.
All right.
I don't think it should prohibit them, but they haven't, at least in our discussions. And the mayor also of Everett, just to add, has been very helpful in reaching out to his colleagues in the area and talking through some issues with them, and he'll actually come to us and say, no, they need help on this. So he's been, the host community relationship we have and his willingness to work hard with his neighbors has been very helpful.
Oh, you're mayor of Everett?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's been great. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we want to finish up the Jennifer vote and then take our dinner break?
This will take 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Chairman, we had originally scheduled Mr. Silverstein to give us a presentation of 5 minutes.
Oh. Okay.
at the end of this presentation. I don't know if you want to go now or after lunch, when the people are fresh. You've been here all morning.
If you'll hear me now, I promise with my voice I won't hold out 5 minutes, so.
Fine, come this far, let's do it.
I appreciate that.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
Good afternoon, members of the commission, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be before you once again. As I said, I'll be brief. I had originally written on behalf of 6 potential surrounding communities to the Mohegan Sun Project in Palmer, requesting an extension of the deadline to seek designation and correspondingly to reach agreements. Obviously, the Palmer proposal is a bit up in the air right now, and if that does somehow go forward, depending on the recount, obviously time is even going to be that much more scarce in terms of reaching those agreements. But for purposes of today's discussion, I will note that I represent surrounding communities, potential surrounding communities to all of the other active projects other than the wind proposal you just heard from, where I negotiated the host community agreement on behalf of the city of Everett. And I can tell you that all of my clients have concerns in terms of the amount of time available, given the amount of time that was taken by most of the Category 1 applicants to reach host community agreements, the fact that they didn't initiate any surrounding community discussions really until after they reached those agreements. It's put a lot of pressure on the surrounding communities to try to evaluate impacts and reach agreement where there's really no precedence in terms of reaching surrounding community agreements in a very short period of time. And I'll note that, for instance, you heard from Foxwoods, the RPA process is indicating that they'll have their report out, their final report, sometime in December, leaving, again, not a lot of time before the RFA 2 deadline to negotiate there. In MGM, the RPA process is just focusing on traffic right now. And I will note that I represent the one holdout from the RPA process. Mr. Chairman, you asked about West Springfield. I also represent the town of Wilbraham, which is participating in that process. And I think for different reasons, both of those communities would benefit from having more time. We're all, and I should note that I represent Everett as a potential surrounding community to the Suffolk Downs project, which also is in some flux, of course, but I will note that the mayor of Everett first met with Suffolk Downs in March of last year, 2012. I sent a letter requesting surrounding community status in September, and we've not heard back. So obviously, it's going to be very difficult to evaluate impacts. We've asked for disbursements to evaluate impacts. There's been no response. And at this point, coming to you for an involuntary disbursement doesn't really seem like the most timely request. So there are a lot of moving parts. And so on behalf of surrounding communities, you've heard from all of the applicants, and I certainly, and all my clients certainly understand the fact that the legislature budgeted for a certain revenue and that there's a lot of pressure on the commission. And the commission very understandably and justifiably wants to move forward as quickly as possible with the licensure process, but on behalf of surrounding communities who have a lot of concerns, a lot of unanswered questions at this point, I've been asked to request an extension of time, and my letter requested 180 days. I understand that's a long period of time, but really any time that these communities can get to try to first receive evaluation of impacts, digest them, get the resources in to negotiate agreements and actually undertake that process, I think would be very much appreciated. I'm happy to answer any questions, but other than that, I think my letter lays it out in a little more detail why I think a variance is warranted.
I would, there are two things that come to mind immediately, and that is to what extent do the look-back agreements that have been discussed here and have been incorporated in a number of agreements, both proposed and executed, help to allay fears? it really does seem logical that predictions are predictions, and one can fight and worry and consider the accuracy of those. And the reality is the better test.
I absolutely understand, Commissioner. I think that's a great point, and I think in concept, it's a great concept to incorporate into these agreements. But I think it's also important to understand that surrounding communities don't have a lot of leverage, but what they have is the ability to negotiate now. And one of the criteria of licensure that the Commission adopted in its regulations is the quote-unquote quality of surrounding community agreements. This is really the last and best opportunity for surrounding communities to try to reach substantive agreements rather than kicking the can down the road. That, I absolutely agree, is a useful tool and an important element of potential surrounding community agreements. But let's face it, once the applicant has the license from the Commission, it's got less incentive to be forthcoming if all it has to do is go to arbitration and has nothing to lose in affecting a look-back provision a year, 2 years, 3 years down the line, as opposed to coming up with an agreement and reaching agreement with surrounding communities now. And I want to clarify, surrounding communities that are willing to work with the applicant. I think that's an important distinction. And I can certainly say that those are the communities I'm working with.
Well, at least one of them, I understand, is not, West Springfield.
No, they did not want to, the mayor of West Springfield, who, again, and there's going to be a new mayor coming in West Springfield, and so that creates its own issue in terms of negotiating within the time frame. But I can unequivocally say, and I think if the representatives of MGM were still here, they would confirm this. The mayor of West Springfield has been very open to working with MGM. He did not want to work on the RPA process. You have to bear in mind that at the time that this was being proposed, West Springfield was a potential host community. Right. And the same RPAs that would be representing West Springfield as a potential surrounding community would be representing other communities that were on record as opposing the West Springfield project. So that was the reason that he was concerned about it.
Okay, so quickly then, moving to my second concern. I frankly would be reluctant to consider any extension unless a plan for an extension were accompanied by a plan with a lot of detail as to what's going to happen during the extension. The process we now have calls for a period of some 60 days, if you go through the arbitration process, to come to the end of a,
or more, as we have now added in the other, because we have that flexible window before we start the 60 days. So
yeah, that's right. That's right. Minimum of 60 days. But at the end of that, something is done. Either it's done through arbitration or it's done through a voluntary agreement. And it seems to me that that has the benefit of putting a predictable endpoint on when this is going to happen. Now, the endpoint may be cabined, cushioned by a look-back component of whatever comes out of this. But the fact is that we are going to get to the December 31st deadline without these agreements being, in some cases, even seriously discussed. And I'm not going to look and see who's, why that's happened. And so just extending it, the deadline, doesn't strike me as an act that's likely to produce any agreements. We've been at this now for months. So I would be really interested in if there were some kind of a formal proposal to extend the deadline, some kind of a proposal that had some mechanism that was built into it for day by day or hour by hour negotiations designed to produce results. Otherwise, it seems to me the process we've set up is inevitably going to have to be utilized anyway, and we might as well utilize it earlier rather than later.
I think that's a fair point, Commissioner. I think the concern of the communities I'm representing is that the months and months, in fact, more than a year, or going on 2 years since the act was passed, none of that delay has been on the part of the surrounding communities. And again, where you have an RPA report in Milford coming out in December and a RFA2 deadline at the end of that month, with the holidays intervening, where you have right now the RPA process in Springfield only addressing traffic, not other types of impacts. And all those surrounding communities simply don't have the tools they need to evaluate those impacts. And I think it's a fair point that just, again, pushing the deadline down at this point isn't a terribly attractive proposition from the Commission's standpoint, and I understand that. But I think at least we know that now the process is underway for evaluating impacts. But the problem is the narrow window for these communities to get the impact evaluations and then essentially have no time and basically have to just accept what they're offered. And I think that's the concern. So even just a little bit of time to negotiate would be of assistance.
Well, I certainly hear you, and I understand what you're saying as well, but I also think that a calendar of events within that time would be a helpful, at least as one commissioner, for me, to think about constructively what this is likely to produce.
Understood.
But it's, there's not such a short window. There is, as Commissioner McHugh said, it's actually a bare minimum of 70 days after December 31st, during which assessment of this material goes on. There's nothing in the system that says the surrounding community will just have to accept what's offered. That's simply not even one of the options unless they choose to do it themselves. The bottom line is an arbitration process, which is an objective arbitration process, and which I think reinforces very much what Commissioner McHugh said about the look back. There's no leverage in the surrounding community now that it's not going to have in a year, because the ultimate agreement with the applicant is an arbitration. Then, if the applicant doesn't like what the surrounding community is proposing, then it will go to arbitration, and that'll be the same in the look back provision. So I'm not sold at all on the notion that there isn't, between the time that is in the system, and we've indicated our willingness to add to that minimum 70 days. We're doing it in the case of the Category 2s now. So there's probably more like 100 days after December 31st, during which this negotiation and discussion and assessment can go on. That, coupled with the look-back option, I'm not moved by this argument at the moment.
Understood, Commissioner. I think one point, I believe you, Mr. Chairman, at the similar presentation for Category 2s, expressed some concern about this concept of netting out positive and negative impacts in a look-back provision. And I think that's a real concern. How do you measure that? And so I think the devil's going to be in the details of what a look-back provision is going to look like, what it's going to provide for. I would just note that we're talking about looking for more time to negotiate an agreement. And when I requested the extension of 14 days, essentially, or 15 days, to negotiate Category 2 agreements, and the Commission allowed that, I'll note that that's an extension of a couple of weeks for proposals that are essentially somewhere between a 10th and a 20th the size and magnitude of the Category 1 agreements. And the other point I'd like to make is that all of my clients are hopeful of negotiating an agreement outside of an adversarial process. And so I personally, I certainly take your point. I wouldn't take the time for undergoing an adversarial arbitration process, which is going to be drawing attention and energy away from trying to negotiate something, which is certainly my client's goals. I personally would not include that in the time for negotiating an agreement, because at that point you're hiring experts, you're incurring expenses, and a lot of my clients are very small towns with
with little or no paid staff to look at some of these issues. So I certainly take your points, Commissioner, and Commissioner McHugh in terms of trying to lay out more of a schedule, and I can work with my clients in doing that. But again, if you're not getting impact assessments until the second week of December and the RFA2 deadline, where technically you're supposed to have your agreements done by then, and I know there's a 30 days to continue negotiating thereafter if you have been designated. But the communities that have not been designated and are first getting, perhaps preliminary impact assessments in that time frame, it is a very short window to come to the commission if they're not designated and try to petition on limited information and limited resources. So.
Okay. Anybody else?
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for hanging around. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I was just checking to see that Director Dernberger only has those 2 items, one vote.
Yeah, I mean,
Did you anticipate one?
let's do it.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
It's a long break.
We were on 3C, I believe, which was an update on recent legislation affecting racing in the Commonwealth.
That's pretty, you've covered that very well in the materials, Director. Pretty straightforward, is it not?
Yeah.
The legislation is emergency legislation. It applies to this year. It's revoked on the first of the year. So it basically allows the Suffolk to close down early.
That is correct.
Is that it? Is that the essence of it?
That is the essence of it.
Okay.
I was going to use that as a segue into some discussion about what we anticipate coming before you in a couple of weeks with some suggested legislative language, and I thought this would segue into that very well, but perhaps we'll save that discussion for another day. Is that the feeling that I'm having?
That might be the emanations.
That might be the emanations. Well, I actually will give myself a point for understanding that. And we will move on to item 3D. This was a request from Suffolk Downs Racetrack pursuant to the passage of that Chapter 123 of the Acts of 2013. Suffolk, as of November 2nd, had conducted 720 races over 81 calendar days, which fulfills the new requirements in the law, and they respectfully request, for the reasons outlined in the memo, primarily relating to purse structure and horse shortage, that the remainder of the meet, that we amend the racing schedule and conclude the meet as of November 2nd.
And I take it from the memo that you are in agreement with that?
I am 100% in agreement with that for the reasons outlined in the memo.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we accept the request of Sterling Suffolk Racecourse to terminate the racing calendar, 2013 racing calendar as of November 2nd, 2013.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to suggest we take a lunch break. We're going to come back, I think, can we do it in half an hour? Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
We'll try to do it in half an hour, and then we'll finish the Ombudsman, Administration, and Licensing.